session meeting of the City of Campbell Council on this Tuesday, July 7th, 2020. This study session for City Council meeting is conducted via telecommunication and is compliant with the provisions of the Brown Act and Executive Order N-2920 issued by the Governor. The City Council meeting, oh, there's Ann. Hi, Ann. The City Council meeting is being live streamed on Channel 26, the city's website, and YouTube. Members of the public will not be able to attend the meeting at the City Council chambers physically. However, those wishing to participate are asking to register in advance using the link located on the agenda packet that's online. Speakers could be allocated up to 2 minutes for public comment. If we do have a lot, it'll be put down to 1 minute. Roll call, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Waterman.
Here.
Councilmember Bybee.
Present.
Councilmember Rosnikoff.
Here.
Vice Mayor Gibbons.
Here.
Mayor Landry.
Present. So if you are a member of the public and wishing to participate, please go to the agenda to see how you register. It's a pretty long website for me to read. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing information on how to join the meetings. Is there anyone in the public currently that wishes to speak? Andrea? No?
I don't see anybody that wants to speak for the study session.
Okay, great. So now we're going to go to agenda item number 1, which is the review of the preliminary application for a proposed 5-story hotel on property located at 577 Salmar Avenue. This is a review of the preliminary plans and we're being asked for our feedback. This is not a voting item. And so we're going to start with Senior Planner Daniel Fama. You're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me quickly share my screen here, get through a quick presentation. Okay, so this is a review of a preliminary application. Preliminary applications are required for certain project types. Those are normally reviewed by the Planning Commission, but occasionally staff forwards these to the City Council when they present certain policy questions that are better addressed by the Council, which is what's happening here. The application will still go to the Planning Commission, however, as per the municipal code. The project site is 577 Salmar, approximately 1 acre property, developed with a 2-story office building built in 1990, located within the city's C2 General Commercial Zoning District. This property abuts the Home Depot to the south and Staples to the north, and is located across the street from the Fry's property. The proposed 5-story, 143-room hotel is shown here in the site plan. They will incorporate 135 parking stalls where 150 are required, resulting in about a 10% reduction in parking. At 59,000 square feet, the project would result in a 1.5 floor area ratio, which exceeds the standard 0.4 of the C2 zoning district. However, the C2 zoning district does provide that the Planning Commission can allow an increase when circumstances warrant it. However, the code is unclear under what type of circumstances actually would warrant such an increase in FAR. And it's one of the reasons this matter is being brought to the Council's attention. In terms of traffic, the general plan does encourage that level of service be maintained to the greatest extent possible, as shown by strategy LUT 2.3A. However, it should be noticed that level of service is no longer considered to be an impact under CEQA, as the Council did discuss at a recent study session. Under CEQA now, the analysis looks at vehicles mile traveled. However, under both the level of service threshold established by the VTA, as well as the VMT guidelines used by San Jose, which are a comparable metric of what the city may eventually develop, the project would not trip the need to do a traffic study. That notwithstanding, staff is recommending for the Council's consideration that a traffic study still be performed, if just to evaluate the operation of Hamilton and Salmar and to establish a legal nexus for any financial contribution that may be warranted for any additional trips or congestion added to that interchange. In terms of architectural design, it's a modern design. However, the city does not have adopted commercial design guidelines. So this is an area where it's quite subjective. And if the council has any opinions on design, this would be a time to express them. However, this would be a matter that the Planning Commission would go a bit more into detail as part of their study session. As noted in your staff report, a 143-room hotel would be anticipated to generate $700,000 to $800,000 in transit occupancy tax. However, of course, the slowdown in travel due to the COVID closures most certainly impacts the validity of any financial projection. Just to conclude then, these are the key points. Staff is seeking direction from the council, support for FAR increase of any, or what factors may warrant an increase, such as fiscal impacts, desire from the council for a traffic study, any support for a parking reduction, and any comments on architectural design. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have an opening statement by the applicant.
Todd, you want to take this?
Yeah, thank you, Kurt. I'm Todd Bennett. I'm with Stoller Construction. We would be the contractor for this project and are representing the owner, and Kurt Anderson's the architect. Thank you, Senior Planner Fama. That was a great introduction. We had prepared a small PowerPoint, but pretty much Daniel's presentation captured everything. Our proposed transit occupancy tax would be fall in the same range. And obviously we had used an STR report pre-COVID when we prepared this, but the indicators are that by the time this hotel would be built, which would be built and occupied about 2 years from now, that the post-COVID numbers that we're seeing now would stabilize in 2021 and be strong again in 2022. So we're excited about this project. We think it's a great improvement to the property that's there. It's an older office building, and the tenants are leasing it back now. They're slated to leave in October, and there isn't a lot of interest in the building. And we're also aware of the Fry's development, and we feel this would augment it.
Is that
Yes.
that's it?
Well, pretty close.
Yeah, Daniel did a really good job. So if you guys want to see our PowerPoint, I can do that. But we really
You had 5 minutes. You could have
Right.
it. Does Kurt want to say you have another
Yeah,
minute?
let me throw a couple of things in. And glad to see you all here, and we appreciate being on the agenda. Thank you so much in this crazy time. You know, obviously,
Hang
I've
on,
been
Kurt. Hang on, Kurt. You're a black blob.
you know what? I'm trying to get some light here, and I've turned all my lights off.
Okay, that's
Is that-
better. Well, anyway,
is that- Maybe I can turn like this.
we see a black shadow. Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, anyway, we appreciate this. Thanks for getting us on, Daniel. That was a great report. I think you hit all the high points. I think it's important to note that this particular location of the site is surrounded by basically commercial uses. So we're not impacting any single family homes. The closest residential is clear on the other side of Home Depot. I mean, I think it's 800 feet to the residences. We're close to the light rail. We're right off the freeway. It's a really great location for a use like this. And I think it's a good use of the land. 1.5 FR is obviously higher more than 0.4. If we stay with 0.4, we'd be looking at 38 rooms, which would be basically 26% of what we're looking at now, and obviously would affect the TOT. So given the location, I think it's a great spot in our community for this type of use. So other than that, it's really, Todd, you want to add anything else? I mean,
I mean, we, just speaking to some of the design elements, we were approached with the desire to do a True by Hilton. We're a large hotel builder. If you're driving on 880, the hotel that's going up right by Tasman on 880 in Milpitas, that's ours. We've got 2 in Sunnyvale. We've got 2 in Palo Alto. We're getting ready to do a Hyatt Place downtown. We have a 404 room hotel in Burlingame. So we're not just a hotel builder, but it's a niche we're in right now, and we see a lot of benefits of hospitality to the entire region. So if there's a different look or a different style, or there's a different brand that the city wants to attract, we're flexible. We work with Marriott, we work with Hyatt, Hilton, Starwood. So there's a lot of options here.
I would like to add at one point, I was reviewing our plans earlier today in the package. And right now we're showing our kind of our outdoor community space to the north, which is towards the gas station. I think as we go through the process, if you grant us approval to proceed, I'm going to actually spin that building, and I'm going to put the driveway on the north side and the park on the north, which is adjacent to the gas station. I think I'm going to put the activity communal area with the amenities to the south. So it becomes a much nicer space for the tenants. I mean, not the tenants, the clients. I think it'll make the project much more attractive and much more usable. So that would be one thing I would be proposing as we proceed with the entitlement package. Basically take that building, flip it, drive with the north, all the landscape to the south. I think it'll fit better with what's around it. Like I said, it'll be a nicer user experience.
Okay, quick question. How many rooms right now are you proposing?
It's 143 rooms.
So instead of 35 at 0.4, you're at 143?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so I would like to go in our voting order. So we have 4 questions before us, and we can each try to respond. So if you guys want to write this down, the first question is what you think about the FAR, which at the number proposed, that would be 143 rooms versus 35. The second is about the traffic, whether the study is warranted. 3 is about the parking exemption, and how many spaces was it, Daniel? 10?
A 10% reduction.
10%. How many spaces is that?
How many spaces is that? That is 15 spaces, going from 150 required to 135 proposed.
Okay, and then the 4th item is the design style.
Correct.
So Rich, let's start with you. If you just hit those 4 bullets.
Okay. Well, as some of you know, I'm not the greatest one with the floor area ratio, but if there's anywhere to do it and get the higher density, this is certainly the area. Depending on what we conclude with the rest of the area, but I think we're going to be going this way, and this is the best of a lot of other alternatives. I'm not a big believer in traffic studies. I think we've done them and believe them. A lot of people don't, so I think it just kind of wastes time in my 8 years doing this, but up to the rest of you. Yes, on the parking exemption, this is the place for it. And I can't read my notes. What's the 4th one?
The design of the building.
Oh, well, it looks kind of cool, modern to me, so I like it, but I'm probably not the right one to ask. It looks good to me. I'm not against the design. It's got maybe, what would you call it? Mid-century modern? I don't know. It's got kind of a wing thing coming out. So is anybody asking me about the design of a building? That's not good. Thank you.
We got to get your opinion here.
All right, my opinion is I like it.
Okay, Anne?
Thank you. So as far as the increasing the FAR, I would support that, but I'm not an expert in it. So I do think it's the right location for increased FAR. To the extent that they're requesting, I'm not an expert, but I'm willing to consider it. As far as the traffic study, I would go with the staff recommendation, especially if there's a nexus that needs to be needed for the any future traffic improvements, especially with the Highway 17 access. As far as the parking reduction, I don't really have a problem with that. I had a question regarding the staff report and the ITE parking standard and how that correlates to the city's standard. And maybe Daniel could.
Well, to the extent that the city standard is notably higher than the ITE standard. I mean, the city would require 150 stalls and the IT standard would require 107, and the applicant's proposing 135. So that would suggest that the city's parking standard is a bit on the higher side, which is not surprising given that it was developed pre-ride share and certainly did not take into account proximity to light rail.
Okay.
Okay.
It seems like this location would allow for some type of parking reduction, given the fact that, there's a lot of Uber and the light rail is somewhat adjacent. So I would support that. And as far as the design, it's very modern. Not exactly what I see characteristic of Campbell. I do know that there are some buildings in the adjacent area that I like the design. So a couple of them that come to mind would be the 8x8, even the Joe Escobar Diamonds building. And so maybe something, I don't know, it just looks real stark to me. I don't really like the color scheme. Again, it's pretty modern. I'm not an architect, so, but my first reaction was, oh, so that's my initial comments.
Great. Paul?
Okay, thank you. With regard to the FAR, I'm fine with that. I agree with my two colleagues here that that is the area I think that can support the higher FAR, and realistically at the lower numbers, it's not a viable, nothing's a viable project there at that size, I don't think. The traffic studies, I'm mixed on it. I mean, for transparency, everyone wants to see a traffic study. In my experience, though, traffic studies seem to be valuable to people if it agrees with them. And then, we've seen many projects. I see the vice mayor looking up too. We see a lot of projects where the result, even we say that doesn't seem right. Maybe on Bascom or something, and all of a sudden it was right. They're very hard to interpret. People might think for justifying why they either like or don't like a project. So I think Councilmember Biden made a good point. To the extent that there is a nexus to Highway 17 and maybe some problems there, it's worth looking at it. But overall, I don't think, when we go through the process of doing these traffic studies, they're generally, my experience, they're generally very accurate, but people don't accept them unless they agree with their predispositions. Parking exemption, I agree with. I think rideshare for hotels has changed the whole nature of things. And years ago, when I traveled a lot for business, everybody rented cars and there were always cars, everything parking. But that kind of stopped for a lot of people. I think that we certainly can take a 10% reduction, and with the standards that Daniel was just talking about, going down to 107, I think it's reasonable to look at our standards and see if they're so far out of line that they need to be adjusted because of rideshare, and even in this case, fairly close to two light rail stations. And design style, yeah, it's hard for me to say. I mean, I'm not one to pick on design. It's almost like I already know when I don't like something. It's different. I don't dislike it. I think Councilmember Biden made a good point with 8x8 there and some other buildings. There may be a way to make it fit more into the area. I'm not against it, but it certainly will stand out, I think, on its own. That may be a good thing. I don't know, but it doesn't fit as much to the other buildings around there. We've tried to maintain that kind of look when we have buildings on Bascom. I can think of the first when Habit was built. We felt it was not fitting in with certain things there. This one would stand out. I'd like to hear maybe from the people that know a little bit more about design, if that's a bad thing. I think maybe it can be tempered to fit a little better with other buildings, but I'm okay with it.
Thank you. Liz?
Hi, thanks. Lots to think about and talk about. So thanks for coming in and asking council staff to organize that. My first question is, from the construction managers, Todd, I'm sorry, I don't know your last name. You building these, what happens to them after you build them? Do you sell them off? How does it work? I have a reason for asking, which has to do with, you said you could have a client of Marriott or somebody else. How do you fit into that picture?
So generally we get involved, not on every project, but we're really trying more to get involved at this stage with the owner of the property or potential owner of the property. to, help their vision come to reality. So working through pre-planning, entitlements, and all the way through construction. So we're really trying to provide a service based on all of our hotel and combined building experience, bringing somebody like Kurt that's familiar with entitlements in the city of Campbell, to help. A lot of owners come to us with an idea. We want to have a hotel. This might be their first one, and they don't have a brand in mind, but they've maybe stayed at a True by Hilton, or they've stayed at an AC or a residence. And so they ask us for assistance sometimes in finding money partners. But pretty much everybody we work with now is looking to hold it as a long-term investment, and they want to find a brand that they feel comfortable with. All these brands offer different incentives to owners, whether it's what they call key money, where they give you so much per room. They offer assistance in the design. They offer assistance in the operation and management. But pretty much and including this owner, they're looking to hold it as a long-term asset. And the only thing they would do is probably have somebody that specializes in hotel management operate it for them.
So I'm asking because one of the questions, but also in your presentations and the material, you've talked about this being a gateway. And I think all council have heard over the various past talk about this as a gateway, and it's a very, very awkward thing. And the concern I was asking for is kind of a hotel. I don't think we want a hotel that is, just a traveler's overnight hotel, come and go kind of thing. We want a quality hotel. And so I'm a little anxious about not having a hotel company identified for that. I mean, is this a business hotel? Is it a suite hotel, extended stay? What is it that would make it contribute to Campbell? You're asking us for FAR. So certainly on the principle of the height and the location, I don't have a problem with the FAR, but the end result is important, obviously. So what quality of end result are we going to get? So I'm missing that kind of question.
Liz, let me jump in here. Because I've talked to several people besides discussed with Todd that are operators and owners are very interested in the site, and it's 4 or 5 different types of chains. And they go, as soon as we know that it's gonna happen, we're gonna work with you on the site. So this is the first step in a process to get us where we've got a product that we know that we can deliver. The amount of rooms that they need to make it so it's a financial return on their investment, and it's a quality site and obviously a quality community. So once we go through this, as we come back, we start the process through entitlements, it is most, I would say probably 80-20, we're gonna have a brand identified. So we can really focus on their design criteria, what they want. And if you've been in some of these newer chains, I mean, they're just the finishes, the amenities that you get with the facility, it's just gorgeous. I mean, all the materials are just incredibly durable, very attractive, a lot of light, the whole linen program, the clean everything. It is way beyond what it used to be when we designed this all years ago.
So, and I appreciate that. We don't want a low quality, motel convenience near the freeway. We have those over at Camden and that's not what we would like to see here. The motels and hotels we've been building over the years have all been a higher quality. And buildings have reflected that. And there's usually something unique about them. There's something about, are they energy, how do they handle energy these days? This is a very blank building. It doesn't have a lot of profile character. And so to me, I think the Planning Commission is going to have to wait and see what you're going to propose with a particular hotel. But that is clearly something that I have a concern that the Planning Commission is going to hopefully talk a lot with you about. The other thing is you're asking for an increase in FAR. I do think there should be some community benefit, and there's some assumptions about pedestrian access to the light rail and also to the downtown. The thing is, there's no sidewalks. There's no sidewalks on that side of the street. So to me, that's a big problem for saying how this is going to be beneficial to the community. And the other is the proximity. We have this problem. We've had the discussion with all the property owners there. One is access to the light rail. You have to, pedestrians have to cross through 2 high-speed vehicular on-ramps to 17. And I used to drive that every day in the peak non-COVID times. It's a very, very difficult place for pedestrians. So that's a concern to me, as well as pedestrian circulation to the downtown. So if you're talking about traffic, I definitely support a traffic study because at least one, if not 2 other recent projects have been challenged because the definition of what the traffic study should cover needed to be more robust. And in this location, there is a this is my ancient history with Campbell, since I've been here for 30 years.
That's all?
That's all.
I got you beat.
Yeah, from going from Winchester to Bascom, there were 3 lanes. And it's when Home Depot went in and that intersection at Alameda, it backed literally all the way up through Winchester. So over the years, they added 2 additional lanes, both to go to 17. And that's why the challenge is the width of the bridge going over 17. So the ability of that intersection to absorb is quite difficult. The turn lanes are very difficult. And if across the street on the supposed additional southbound lane on 17 off ramp is also a challenge that's going to really change the physical dynamic of that intersection. So for those reasons, if nothing else, having a very clear understanding of what that intersection is going to look like and function like, because it has implications all over the place. That to me makes the traffic study with a pedestrian and bicycle. We're working towards complete streets. There's a traffic study that the report that the city has done that comes close to this area but doesn't quite get through it. That needs to be incorporated. So that whole complete street pedestrian, bicycle and vehicular intersection there is a more comprehensive traffic study. It's to me, the project, none of all of these sites here are challenged because of those issues.
Liz, I'm really glad you brought that because Todd and I have actually had many discussions about just that point, the pedestrian connections to the light rail and all through those things. So it is definitely on our radar to see if we can do something to potentially facilitate a better pedestrian path, a better connection across.
All right. I mean, this is a 1 hour meeting and we've got a monologue from one council member to, I mean,
Okay, hang on.
Excuse me,
All
this
right.
is a study
Anyway,
session.
it's enough, Vice Mayor, enough already. You've taken a long time.
Okay, Rich, hang on. Liz, I think you've made your issues and your points about the traffic study. You have 2 other things, the parking reduction and the building style?
Okay, so on the principle of it, I don't have a problem with the parking study, parking exception. I think the traffic study, it's a little unclear if there are going to be banquet facilities or other things in the building. So I think all of that has to be put in the context. And I do think the design needs a little more spiffing up, I guess. And I'd like to see something more related to energy efficiency and shade and shadow on the south elevation and things like that. I think those would all contribute to a gateway project, which I think is what you're trying to achieve and what we would like to have.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, my turn. I'm okay with the FAR when I look at how much tax we're going to generate per year. That helps a lot. I want a traffic study, if nothing else. There's the potential redesign and changing to the off-ramp at Hamilton. There's already been some level of a drawing done, and I think they add to the going straight through, and they do some about a left turn. And so each project that has an impact on that has to put in a financial contribution to that. So, and I think that's what Daniel alluded to, was this nexus to be able to have that income, the share of the design of the reconstruction. I think also in that there has to do with the fact that Salmar doesn't quite directly align with the off-ramp. Now, because the Fry's and Staple gas station projects have not come forward, that to me is really the main part of the gateway. And I've asked those people that are considering what would that look like, what says Campbell when you get off the freeway. This, if you do the design you have right now with the angled wing wall, if for no other better term, I kind of like that. I see that it kind of as a retro 60s, the roadside vernacular, a little bit of the architecture. I do not like the white, that there's no canopies, there's no awnings, it's very flat. I'm not a big fan of the white fair stock building. I would like to see some things regarding the Cal Green and energy efficiency. Can we get a rooftop garden? What can we do with rainwater harvesting? Who knows what, but the Cal Green and the things that make this building go into the future. From the few drawings that you had, I see this as, other than the front cool little vernacular part of it, this looks like a standard box building that we've been building for eons. What makes this going to be moving into the future? How is this going to complement this gateway statement? And again, I like the angled front look of that. I do like, Kurt, your suggestion of changing and flipping the side where the open space is. I think it's more appropriate to the backside where Home Depot is. Plus the garden center's right there. You can look out at all the plants at the garden center. But I think it also protects that space. I would like to know if you have any kind of banquet halls or meeting rooms that, like if you're hosting a wedding reception or something, that certainly would have an impact to the parking. I'm somewhat okay with the parking reduction, but I have to say there is really a scary transit from the light rail station. If you try to do that in the morning or the afternoon, you're risking your life crossing those on-ramps to get on the freeway. So in your parking traffic in those two, how are you going to address that? Do you have a shuttle that'll go pick up at the light rail station, or a shuttle that takes you to downtown because there's no sidewalks on Salmar? So I think that needs a little more consideration. And how are you going to get people there? Pedestrian wise, bicycle, looking at the complete street concepts that we have in the area. Okay, with that said, any last comments for the good of the order? Paul, Liz, Ann, you're good, Paul? You got your hand up?
No, two quick comments. Okay.
You're on, Paul.
Okay, everything froze for a second. I couldn't tell. I just two quick comments is I don't know what hotel's going in, but I don't think having people staying one night or two makes it less quality. I traveled many years, 50% of the time, and I was Marriott Platinum and Sheraton, whatever. And a lot of good hotels have people coming in and out. And those people that travel and stay a night, they go downtown, they spend money, and they're good visitors. So I don't think that's equates with becoming a Motel 6 or something of that level. The other thing, just to comment on, is I'm just a little worried. This is the second project we had where we're asking somebody their motives and are you going to change this project or flip it? We got to be careful of looking at the project absent the the applicant, because the extension of that is a homeowner wants to come in and extend their house or rebuild their house. Well, is it for you? Is it for your mother? Do you intend to sell it? It's not relevant. What's relevant is the project, and we can start liking a homeowner and not liking them. I'm afraid, I just want to keep I think the motives of, or the personality of the applicants should be separate from the projects. And I'm just concerned because this is the second time we've talked about this. Thanks.
Rich, any follow through comment?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilmember Resnikoff. I think we got to be careful, and we got to be careful getting too deep. We have this thing which we're doing probably a little bit too much of, but it comes to the council, so we need to focus on why is it coming to the council first. Well, we want to change in things, but then we're asking for a lot of motives and things, and I think we have to let that alone to go through the process and say, are we happy with just the high level 4 things you brought in, and not go into a long thing about that. So you know, if everybody has personal beliefs, that's fine. I'm concerned that, you know, people are using the word we, meaning they represent the community or they represent the council. But, you know, until we vote on something specifically, right now it would be somebody's personal view. And, you know, I agree that this is, you know, with the days of Airbnb and all that, if somebody's going to stay there for a few weeks, that certainly is Airbnb. That's no longer hotels. Hotels are shorter amounts of time in general, and it shouldn't be impugning anybody's motives. If they sell it, they sell it. If we put enough things behind it, the city can check and make sure they're doing it. I don't think anyone's going to spend the money this is going to take and build what they're showing here and then turn it into a low-end hotel. It's just not something possible. Unless the area, and that's something we're concerned with, meat, fries, and staples and everything does turn into a kind of gutty area, and starting to see some of that now. So we got to be careful. We keep it a high-end area that attracts a nice hotel, but that's in our court, not in the developer's court. Thank you.
And do you have any follow through? And then Liz?
I have nothing to add.
Okay, Liz?
So I just like to offer my 30 years and 17 years on the planning commission. We did have a situation where we had a hotel come in and said they were going to do all of this and all of that. And they said they couldn't possibly do the project. They didn't get X, Y, and Z concession. And 2 years after it opened, I was at a reception and the developer was there and he was bragging about what he got through the city because they weren't hard enough on what he wanted. So these questions are not, everyone has to work to a common good. The developer needs to do what they need to do. The architect needs to work what the developer needs to do. Take care of itself as well. So, you know, these conversations are helpful. They're good for the conversation with this evening, which we were asked to provide our input. And we're also asked to provide input so that it makes it easier when it gets to the planning commission. So I think that's what we're all doing. We're giving, each of us are giving a perception of how this project would work within our city.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Hey, Kurt, I can see you now.
I know, finally, huh?
Shadow, you're not a shadow. So I think there's consensus on the FAR. A little split on the traffic, but I do think that we need the nexus for helping if we do change the interchange. I think you got consensus on the parking with the comments from myself and Liz regarding the pedestrian circulation. And I don't know if you have a full traffic management plan, or I forget what they call it, where you have shuttles factored into there. There's been quite a few comments on the design. I would just hope that whoever you pick doesn't take away your little wedgie wing wall, because I really like that.
Yeah, I like those walls too.
I think it's very cool looking, and it stands out. I make it a brown or make it a better color for the building. Don't make it white is my main comment. Do you guys now, Daniel, whoever, do you guys have all what you need from us?
Yes, sounds like we got a lot of good, solid feedback. Thank you.
Okay, so to the city clerk, let's just make sure we document good notes on what we are discussing. And I'm sure you will. Okay. That's
So
it.
does this basically grant us approval to proceed with pursuing the entitlement? How does it work, Daniel?
Well, I mean, technically, you don't need their permission to proceed. You still need to go to the planning commission and we're
Correct.
currently deal with some of these issues. And then after that, then you can formally apply.
Susan, I promise you, we'll work with staff, and when we get done with this, it's gonna be a gorgeous building, and Liz, we'll definitely be dealing with energy, because we're already looking at doing this, reducing as much demand as we need on power and water, et cetera, et cetera. It will be something that we'll all be proud of once we get through the process. So thanks for your time tonight, everybody. Todd and I greatly appreciate it, and you gave us some very good input, and we'll
Wait, one last set of comments about the Cal Green, the green roofs, better tree, taller trees, more trees. So all of those things would be something that I would be looking for when you come back.
Oh, I expected that.
We definitely have that. Can I share my screen one last slide? I didn't do my presentation, but I know there's a lot of worry about the overall look and the brand. And, we're used to this, and we're into sustainability. I'm lead AP, I'm driving this with Kurt. There's a lot we can do, but to speak to your concerns about the building and the Browns, this is what,
I don't know how to share your screen.
I got it. I just
He'll do it.
the right one. And so can you see that where it shows the True by Hilton?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, here it is. So it's a mid-scale brand. You can see that this is modeled on a 4-story. There is the opportunity here to absolutely make some public serving areas. We're not looking at banquet areas, but if the city wanted a meeting room, we're seeing a lot of that being requested from a lot of different jurisdictions. There's a lot we can do with planning and through the entitlement process and plan commission, but our goal and our reputation is based on building a nice hotel. We don't build Motel 6s and little flop house hotels. We're building large hotels, and this is what we want to do. We want to be sustainable in it. All the brands are coming up with different recognition of what their target market is, and the target market now is millennials, and this is what it caters to. They want to go to San Francisco for Friday, Saturday night, or a lot of them travel for business and stay for 3 or 4 days in a hotel, and then they stay in a hotel on the weekends as they don't really
Okay.
have a house. So that's our thought, but I know there was a little bit of fear there. So
Okay, that one doesn't
address
knock
that.
my socks off yet either, so.
No, but we can adjust. We can adjust, but we're trying to get something a little upscale. But we understand the gateway aspect.
That I'm a landscape architect and Liz is an architect, right? That's why
Yes,
you get
in fact,
most comments out of us.
in fact, Vice Mayor Gibbons, I was on the phone with Ernie Yamani before this call, and he said to say hello.
Okay. All right. Well, that one didn't knock my socks off either, but you kept the wing wall. All right. So
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate
That'll
it.
be Kurt's job. Thank you all.
Okay, you guys have a good night.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to stay logged in, but we're taking a 10-minute break. We're coming back at 7:30 for the council meeting. I'm going to turn my video and mute myself, and then we'll be back at 7:30. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Ann, can you hear my little fan in the background?
No,
Oh, good. I need the air blowing on me. Thank you for your input. Hi, Liz, back. Liz is back.
I am back.
Okay, we're ready. Here we got Brian's back. Hey, Gary.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Hi, Paul. Hi, Bill. What else we got? Oh, there's Natasha. Michael's there. I think we have all our county council members. I don't see Paul. Hi, Will. Is Paul on? To the people that are not on council or going to speak right away, what we found is if you turn your camera off, then the council members show up on, I only have 9 on my first screen. And so I wanted, like right now, I don't see Paul, I see Rich. So if you're not presenting yet, if you can turn your screen off, and then we can go in, well, up there, we got Paul now. Oh, there he went. Hi, Jeremy. Okay, it's we got 1 minute to go. City Clerk, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. We'll wait till exactly 7:30. I show 7:29. All right, ready? Andrea?
Yes.
I call to order this regular meeting of the City of Campbell City Council on this Tuesday, July 7th, 2020. The regular City Council meeting is conducted via telecommunication and is compliant with the provision of the Brown Act and Executive Order 72920 issued by the governor. The City Council meeting is being live streamed on Channel 26, the city's website, and YouTube. Deputy City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Waterman,
Here.
Councilmember Bybee,
present.
Councilmember Resnikoff,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gibbons,
Here.
Mayor Landry.
Present. I'm now going to start the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. There are no special presentations or proclamations. I see no communications or petitions. Next is oral request. This is the portion of the meeting reserved for people wishing to address the City Council on a matter not on the agenda. These members of the public wishing to participate are asked to register in advance. Andrea, do we have anybody for oral requests?
We do. Tim Hedstrom would like to speak.
Okay. Hi, Tim. Is he there?
I am.
Hi, Tim.
I don't know. I don't see my video, but I think I'm.
We can hear you. Yeah, we don't have your
Good enough.
video, but we can hear you.
Okay. Have been asked to read a letter from the Campbell Ministerial Association. I was at their meeting today, and it is as follows, dated June 12th. Dear Campbell City Council members, I write in support of a proposal to put a moratorium on rent increases in Campbell during the time that the local economy is constrained by the pandemic and by the resulting public health restrictions. We propose that such a moratorium be put in place at least until the end of the year. This concern is shared by other members of the Campbell Ministerial Association and is a frequent topic at our monthly meetings. We are aware that several large apartment buildings in the area are planning to increase rents. We're concerned about the impact this will have on local families and the elderly in our congregations. Many have been laid off or furloughed from jobs that could not be sustained due to COVID-19 restrictions. Others have witnessed their retirement savings drop dramatically, impacting their ability to pay for ordinary daily needs. While some people are now returning to work, many more will remain jobless for an indefinite period. Some of those who have returned to work still face debts, including past due rents, that they will need time to pay off. The Campbell Ministerial Association believes that raising rents at this time will add to suffering that is already abundant. Many of those hit hardest by this new recession are in the lower income brackets. They provide essential services for our wider community. If they are forced to leave because of higher rents, the local hospitality, restaurant, and food service and transportation businesses will all suffer. Many other local businesses, such as hair salons and retail establishments, will see their present challenges greatly increased. It is
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna have to call time on you. Can you finish and wrap up what you're saying, please?
How about two more sentences?
Okay, that's fine.
It's important that our city leaders in Campbell create a community supportive of all of its citizens. We urge that you carefully consider the plight of those facing rent increases at this difficult time. Sincerely yours, Reverend Naomi Schultz, Chair of the Campbell Ministerial Association.
Thank you very much. We are not allowed to discuss this item because it is not on our agenda, but we can ask staff to look into it and see if there's something they can come back with. So I appreciate your comments and thank everybody for putting the letter together. Okay, next on our agenda is council announcements.
Mayor, we
Yes.
have another person for oral requests.
Oh, okay.
Is there a David Stuckey on?
David, are you there? I don't hear anything.
Okay, maybe he's not logged on.
Okay, any other requests?
That is all.
Okay, great. So gonna make a statement from the mayor and then I'll read our mayor's announcements. As a community and as a nation, we have been enduring incredibly challenging times. Over the past 4 months, the COVID-19 virus has had detrimental impact on every aspect of our lives. Excuse me. It's required everybody to come together by following the guidance to stay at home and situate in place. While we are not yet over and extremely difficult as this has been, we do need to have everybody hang in there just a little bit longer. We're not quite there yet. We have also been facing even more challenging times related to the recent death of George Floyd and many others. It is important to recognize that these incidents have caused a tremendous amount of pain for our community. As we listen to people's peaceful expressions voiced by protesting and hear their message, this has created an inflection point. This has been a call to action for each of us to the best of our ability to become part of the solution. I believe we have a responsibility to work together. As such, the city will be providing a venue for your voice. Over the next couple months, the city will be engaging the public to hear from people about any concerns they may have regarding the services that our city provides to the community. We encourage sharing your ideas as the community comes together towards a common cause. Thank you, everybody. And dates of the public engagement are going to be forthcoming. Thank you. The mayor's announcements. I would like to take this opportunity to invite everybody to participate in the Cities of Campbell's virtual Phase 1 State of the City Address. Please join me and other staff members to discuss the current state of the city, our recent accomplishments, and information on upcoming projects and activities. The State of the City Address will be held at 6:30 p.m. on July 29th, a Wednesday. To learn more how to participate, go to campbellca.gov/virtual SOTC. The City Campbell will also be holding a municipal general election that will be consolidated with the statewide general election on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, to elect one council member for District 1 and one council member for District 2, each of a 4-year term. The nomination period opens this coming Monday, July 13th, and will close on August 7th, 2020. Nomination paperwork are available at this time through the Office of the City Clerk by appointment only. For more information, contact the City Clerk at 408-866-2117 or at clerk's office at campbellca.gov. The City of Campbell continues to work closely with our partnering agencies to monitor how the coronavirus is impacting our communities. We are actively monitoring the information provided by the United States Centers for Disease Control and reviewing the guidance provided by the county health officer. We continue to take proactive steps to prioritize the health and safety of our employees and our community members. Our focus is to maintain essential services and keep you informed. The County of Santa Clara directly provides free COVID-19 testing through the Public Health Department and through Valley Medical Center hospitals and clinics, as well as several drive-through testing locations throughout the county. I'm happy to announce that as of today, Campbell has a pop-up testing station at our Orchard City Banquet Hall that will be there until 4 p.m. on Thursday. 600 people showed up today. To find out more information about testing sites closest to you or to make an appointment, please visit sccgov.org/CV19 testing. Again, that is sccgov.org/CV testing, 19 testing, I'm sorry here. Santa Clara County Library District has contactless curbside services available Monday through Saturday from 1 to 5 at all 8 library locations. Patrons can go online to place holds on materials and then make an appointment to collect the requested materials from the library. For more information about this service, please visit our website or their website at sccld.org. As we approach the summer months, we will begin to experiencing hot temperatures, especially during these critical times of sheltering in place. It is important that you take necessary precautions, including drinking lots of water, even if you don't feel thirsty, avoiding the physical activity during the hottest part of the day, which can be from 10 to 3 p.m. Take care not to leave pets or people in a closed parked car. Wear light-colored, loose-fitting, or lightweight clothing, and check on all your furry friends to make sure they have enough water and that they are safe from the heat. Should temperatures reach 90 degrees or above, The Campbell Community Center will be opened as a cooling center. Capacity will be limited. Residents will be required to maintain physical distance of 6 feet, required to wear a mask, and to stay home if they are sick. For the safety and staff at the other cooling centers, a simple health screen will be performed. For more about the Campbell Community Center cooling centers, please visit campbellca.gov. Please continue to visit our website at campbellca.gov for up-to-date information on COVID-19, the city's adjusted services, canceled events, activities at City Hall, the police department services, our community center, and business resources. Thank you. Thank you. At this point, I'm going to call the consent calendar. Are there any council members that wish to pull an item off consent? Liz?
I'd like to pull items 11, please.
Pull item what? You got cut out.
10 and 11.
Paul?
Item 4, please.
4, Liz or Ann or Rich? Nothing, no. Okay,
I don't have,
so do I have a motion for items 1, 2, 3, and then 4 through, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Waterman,
Aye.
Councilmember Bybee,
aye.
Councilmember Resnikoff,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gibbons,
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye. Okay, Paul, you pulled the number 4, the minutes of the
Yes.
council.
Just one thing, please, in the minutes on item 6, which is the job specs for the city clerk and that requirement. I didn't see it written in there, but I just wanted to reiterate, the council did say, have built in a requirement that that it be written to have a diverse pool of applicants. And that wasn't noted in there. I just wanted to bring that up again.
Okay,
With
Andrea,
that, I
you
would-
you
I'd
got
say with
that, Andrea? I'm sorry, Paul, you were cutting in and out.
With that, I would move item 4.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Waterman,
Aye.
Councilmember Bybee,
Aye.
Councilmember Resnikoff,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gibbons,
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye. We'll now go to item 10, which is the authorization to issue a request for proposal for new janitorial services.
Yes, thank you. I've got it. My comment was twofold. One is there are new standards for cleaning. The CDC has issued cleaning standards, and the contract should reference those cleaning standards for the duration of the virus. And the second thing is this, although not on the agenda, the staff report references the 1-year extension of the separate contract for the community center. And that should also have the CDC cleaning standards indicated in its agreement as well.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, Liz, do you want to make a motion?
I move item number 10 with the stated clarifications.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Waterman,
Aye.
Councilmember Bybee,
Aye.
Councilmember Resnikoff,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gibbons,
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye. The next item is number 11, the Prune Yard Cinemas live entertainment permit. Liz?
Yeah, I just asked staff for a clarification, and I wasn't sure what I was looking for. It's the Prune Yard is all part of an MUP, and I wasn't clear if there were limits on the MUP. How does this fit into the overall MUP for the Prune Yard? That's what I was trying to understand.
Brian or Paul Camoyen, do you have a comment? Hi, Paul.
Hello, Vice Mayor Gibbons, members of the City Council. So it's my understanding that the MUP has already been anticipating this type of use, to which the city has already approved. So it's a two-pronged process. First, the use requires an entitlement via the master use permit, and that has been established for the Cedar Room, if you will. And the second prong is the police department and Chief Berg processing the person permit, if you will, where they look at the background of the individual. But it's already been anticipated in the MUP. The use has already been viewed as appropriate via a previous decision. Therefore, Chief Berg now is processing the permit for the individual.
Thank you for those clarifications. And with that, I will move item number 11.
Wait, I have a question. Paul, the plan in the attached document doesn't show their ADA access corridors. Will that be updated before they get approval?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, once again, the use has already been approved, so ADA access, et cetera, has already been established. This is just the individual permit.
I know, but internally in the building floor plan in the report does not show that there's a path of travel.
Well, that will be handled separately through the building department.
Yeah, that's all I was asking. Okay, go
Yeah.
back. Liz made a motion. Do we have a second? We need a
I'll
second.
second.
Okay.
I second.
And seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Waterman,
Aye.
Councilmember Vibey,
Aye.
Councilmember Reznikoff,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gibbons,
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye, that motion passes. Now we're going to move on to public hearings and introductions of ordinances. Item number 12 is approval of the fiscal year 2021 schedule of fees and charges. Because we have so many items on our agenda tonight, and we would like to make time as of the essence, there is a staff presentation if we need to, but at this point, we're not going to give the presentation, but they are available if you have questions. So is there any question from council on what's in the fee schedule? Liz?
I just have one minor comment, which is for the EV charging station, which is packet page 163, I believe, 153. I need glasses. I just wanted to make note that in October, the electrical rates are changing to time of use, so that between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m., the rates are going to go up substantively, perhaps 4 times. And then from 9 p.m. to 4 p.m. the next day, if you will, the rates are going to go down. So whatever the process is, we should be prepared to make adjustments in these rates at that point, or we may lose money.
Thank you. And I will note that there was a desk item and some changes in that desk item. There also was a clarification regarding the interest or the percent rate charged for credit card charges. I think somewhere it said 3% and it's actually 4%. There was part of the desk item was an adjustment to the police fees. I forget what specific topic, but there was some changes. And the main change was the clarification on how the community center charges. There were 2 categories and now it's 1. I think I got all the changes. I'd like to open the public meeting. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak? City Clerk?
Not for this item.
Okay, great. I'll bring this back to council. And is there any other council comments or discussion? Liz?
Did we get an answer to the question about the 4% credit card fee versus a handling fee?
I think this goes to Natasha. Is that a duplicate or is it one or both?
No, so the 4%, the Heritage Theater has a flat rate box office fee per contract. And when that was established, that was to manage all the box office fees to a 800 seat ticketed event. And what we're finding is that now renters are coming in and booking our building, and they're having an event Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And so instead of having multiple box office fees, we're just doing a pass-through cost on the credit card charges for the additional tickets. So the first 800 is covered in that box office fee, and then any additional credit card charges for the tickets. For if they do 3 events, then we're doing 2,400 tickets and so on. So that's what that is for.
Okay, does that answer your question?
All right, so the question is, are they paying duplicate? Are they paying a handling fee and a credit card fee?
No.
Good, thank you.
Okay, I'll
Ann-
entertain a
Ann has a-
motion.
Ann has a question.
Oh, sorry, Ann. Sorry, I didn't see your hand there.
Thank you. It's more of a comment. I just wanted to say appreciation or thank you to staff. I really appreciate the extra work they did this afternoon. I came across a couple questions that I was having a hard time resolving and tracking in the fees to what exactly was being increased in the actual fee schedule. In a normal year, most of the fees would be updated, but there's only a limited amount, maybe 3 or 4. And so I was having difficulty finding that. And in an effort of transparency to the public, I asked that a red line, that the resolution be modified. And I appreciate staff doing that and providing the red line copy so that we can all figure out what exactly the fees are that are being changed, since there's a limited amount of them. So I really do appreciate staff taking and the last minute helping me out. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to
And-
staff for the last minute efforts. Okay, is there a motion? And make sure the motion includes the desk item.
Madam Mayor, if I can clarify too, Natasha, in the comments, the credit card transaction fee that you're talking about was shown as $3. Should that be reflected as $4 in the motion?
It's a percentage, and I think Will submitted a desk item. So that was my error because they use the same processor as the rest of the city. And so it should have been in line with what the rest of the city was doing.
So for purposes of clarity, we didn't issue a desk item. We were just anticipating to make that part of the motion if the council chooses to do that. What we're talking about is 4% is what is charged as a percentage citywide. The percentage that was shown in the material indicated 3%.
Okay.
To do it at 4% if that's the consensus of the council is part of your motion.
Okay. Ann?
So I'd be glad to make the motion that the city council approve a resolution adopting the FY 2021 schedule of fees and changes to be charges to be effective July 8th, 2020, including the desk item and the amendment to the 4% processing fee for credit card transactions for the Heritage Theater.
Second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Waterman,
Aye.
Councilmember Bybee,
Aye.
Councilmember Resnikoff,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gibbons,
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you for everybody's help. We're now on item number 13, a public hearing and an introduction of an ordinance amending provisions of the Campbell Municipal Code to revise the the business license tax rates with no increases in this fiscal year. Because we're trying to limit our time since we've been going since 5:30. There was a staff presentation, but it basically was reflective in the agenda package. And unless there is a request to have it, we are going to go right into questions from council regarding the packet. Does anybody need the presentation? I don't see anybody shaking their head yes. All right.
Mary
does any-
Landry, if I can just raise one point of clarification. If you're not interested in increasing the rates, you do not have to adopt an ordinance. You don't have to do anything. They will remain the same if you do nothing.
Okay, so we can do nothing, right? I
You
don't
can do
see any
nothing if you want the rates to remain the same.
So we want the rates to remain the same. Is there any objection to that by council members? No. All right, then that item is finished. Thank you, Bill, for the clarification. Item number 14 is direction regarding potential adjustments to the city council compensation amount. And I will start by saying that I do not think we should get a raise, and I think we should take a 5% pay cut to spread the hit that happened to the rest of the city's departments. Does anybody have a comment or would like to state anything? Paul?
Yeah, I would just comment that I don't think it's appropriate at this point to do any type of raise. We've talked about not knowing where the economy is going and all this, and bring the budget back and bring back everything on the table. If we want to, we could address this at the end of the year if it's appropriate to do that. But now I would just say let it go. I don't think it's appropriate to take that.
Do you think we should take a 5% cut?
I'm indifferent on that. It's such a small amount. I mean, it's a small amount to a raise or a cut, to be honest. So I'm open to where my council members, fellow council members want to do.
Liz?
I couldn't hear what Councilmember Resnikoff said. Sorry.
He basically said
apologize.
he doesn't want to increase.
I think I'm having some bandwidth issues here. My screen is freezing occasionally. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I was going to summarize, Paul. You basically said you don't think we should get you an increase. Right?
I don't think we should take an increase now, and we can certainly view things later in the year when we're looking at the budgets, and if things turn better, we can decide if we want to, but it's not appropriate today.
Right, Rich? And then Liz?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking something similar. So certainly no increase, that's no question. Whether we take a decrease, you know, I'm kind of lukewarm to that. I would rather just kind of stay where we're at. It has little to do with me. Obviously, I don't have that much time left, and we can see where things go. But we always have this issue that we got to keep in back of our mind of encouraging the next group who's going to run. You know, do we want, are we giving people some money for doing some work? Would we rather just have people that are retired and able to afford? I'm not saying anybody's going to live off this, but as we all know, it's a lot of hours and it's kind of stipend to make up for it. So I tend to say it's not for us, it's the next group. Now we can make a decision later in the year to go one way or the other. If things get really dire, we bring it down. If things aren't so bad and we're all kind of guessing first 2021, we'll raise it. And so I think the prudent thing now is just leave it where it is. Let's see where it goes from there. Thank you.
Okay, Anne or Liz?
Councilmember Bybee, nothing? That's it?
Yeah, I would support not moving forward with an increase at this point based on COVID. And as far as a decrease, a current decrease among council members, I think that really should be a voluntary decision on each member of the council. If they so choose to want to reduce their salary, it would really be up to them individually to make that happen.
Okay. Liz, do you have a comment or do you want to make a motion?
Absolutely support not taking the raise at this time. I like the idea that you voiced of taking a 5% cut. I think it's symbolic camaraderie with what we're asking everyone else to do. It's minuscule, given our salaries are minuscule, but it's a commitment to be part of a team.
Okay, so let's start with making a motion that there would be no compensation increase. You're on mute, Liz.
I'll make a motion that there's no compensation for councils this year.
Do we have
I'll
a
second.
Rich, second, roll call, please.
I have a procedural question. Do
Yes.
we need to open the public hearing and
Oh, do we need, yes, let's open the public meeting. Andrea, is there anybody who would like to speak on this item?
There is not.
All right, the public meeting is now closed. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Waterman,
Aye.
Councilmember Bybee,
aye?
Councilmember Resnikoff,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gibbons,
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye, that motion passes. Does anyone make a,
Sorry, Mayor, can I just make a quick clarification? I just want to confirm that Councilmember Bybee made the second for item 10. Is that correct?
what was 10?
The janitorial contract?
Ann, did you second that? I don't.
I honestly don't recall seconding that.
I couldn't hear you. That was a yes?
That was, she didn't know.
Oh,
I can't,
we don't recall. You might have to go back and look at the tape. Sorry.
So if you don't mind, I just took a quick look. So if you could, Liz could make that motion again, Vice Mayor Gibbons, and then we get a second.
Okay, so we haven't finished this item quite yet, and we'll go back. Would the mayor like a further clarification motion to recommend reducing our salaries by 5%, or are you willing, do you want to let it go? I'm going to make the motion if you would like it made.
Take a shot at it.
I make a motion that the council members voluntarily take a 5% cut in their current salary.
Do we have a second on the motion? We tried. Seeing none, the motion doesn't go forward. Okay, let's go back to motion number 10 or item number 10. Is that the one, Andrea?
Yes, thank you.
So I'll read it into the record again. Item number 10 for clarification, that the city council adopt a resolution to authorize the Public Works Director to initiate a request for proposal for janitorial services for the city-owned buildings with services beginning on August 8th, 2020, and authorize the Public Works Director to execute a contract to the most responsive bidder for the period of 11 months plus options to renew for 5-year additions in 1-year contract for a total of 5 years and 11 months with the addition of the per the CDC standards.
Do we have a second? We need a second.
I'll second.
Okay,
Sorry.
Paul seconded. Roll call again.
Councilmember Waterman,
Aye.
Councilmember Bybee,
aye.
Councilmember Resnikoff,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gibbons,
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. We're going to go to unfinished business. This is the continuation of the discussion of outdoor dining and retail sales on public property as part of the city's effort to support the business community. I think we've all received a lot of emails about whether we want to close downtown Campbell Street. If we close it, how and when and what effort do we take? But I will make a note that what we do talk about does apply citywide and the public property around both retail and dining businesses. At this point, we have a brief presentation by our economic development specialist, Michael Thomas.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Can you all hear me?
Yep, you got 5 minutes and I got my handy little gavel here just in case.
All right, let's keep the line moving. Okay, before you this evening is a recommendation to provide direction to staff on the potential use of Campbell Avenue for the expansion of outdoor dining areas and retail sales for downtown Campbell businesses. And based on feedback from businesses, discussion with staff and resources. Staff believes closing Campbell Avenue between the light rail tracks and 3rd Street would enable outdoor dining and retail sales to expand in a more equitable manner, consistent with social distancing requirements. And just one note before I continue, there was some confusion last week regarding the county's new health order that was announced, which was accompanied by a variance request to the State Public Health Department, which was initially rejected. But earlier today, the State Public Health Department approved the county's revised variance request. So the new public health order will take effect July 13th as planned. Earlier today, staff informed businesses of that change and also informed businesses that they must complete and submit the new social distancing protocol before July 13th so they can continue operating. Okay, moving on. June 2nd, council authorized staff to relax the city's development standards and permit processes to temporarily allow expansion of outdoor dining and retail display areas for downtown businesses, which resulted in the flexible business operation guidelines. Although staff immediately implemented council's direction of those guidelines in preparation for the June 5th order that took effect a month ago, the guidelines were formally adopted June 9th, and then June 11th, staff met with downtown business owners and the chamber CEO for feedback on how those guidelines were performing and business performance as well. Those business owners, although they appreciated council's action and appreciated their initiative to do that, they said that more assistance was needed because of insufficient room on the sidewalks to expand and maintain social distancing at the same time. And in some cases, the limited sidewalk space was not cost effective for some restaurants to pursue outdoor dining. And then they also mentioned that when in the future, when indoor dining is allowed to resume, there will also be seating restrictions on that. But they did express support for preserving curbside pickup areas. And as for communal dining areas, they like the idea. They said that it would only benefit nearby restaurants. Moving on, some other reasons regarding this recommendation is that closing portions of Campbell Avenue while leaving the cross streets open, which is just an example, could help businesses comply with social distancing, preserve ability for the use of curbside pickup areas, benefit most businesses fronting Campbell Avenue, not to overly restrict delivery vehicles while still allowing garbage and waste removal, but those are all things that can be worked out. And then another thing is resources and operations. In that discussion with the downtown businesses, the Public Works Director mentioned that closing down portions of the street could be challenging due to resource costs. However, longer-term closure would have reduced city costs due to the less frequent effort to install and remove barricades. Like closing down the street every weekend, however, could be resource intensive, but not impossible. And other things to keep in mind, other resources are staff time, city funds for resources and materials, such as the plastic, the safety barriers to close the streets. So one example, staff proposes probably closing the street for 2 months to allow staff to monitor impacts to businesses, consumers, residents, visitors, and to monitor overall traffic circulation. However, council can decide if a shorter or longer time period street closure is necessary and proper. That concludes my remarks.
Wow, you had 30 seconds left, Michael.
Okay, all right. I got
some levity here.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Can everyone mute that isn't speaking? There's something going on in the background.
Oh, my.
Is it done?
I don't hear anything.
Is it good now, Liz? Okay. All right. Deputy City Clerk, do we have any any people in the public wishing to speak?
We do. Ken Johnson would like to speak on this item.
How many people do we have?
Just Tim.
Just Ken. Hey, Ken, how you doing?
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Ken Johnson, I'm the Executive Director of the Campbell Chamber of Commerce. And I want to echo what Michael said, and that is the appreciation of the downtown businesses and the businesses in Campbell for what the city and the city staff has done to support local businesses during this time. really to help them maximize their chances for success. I've had the chance to meet with restaurant owners, retailers, and other DCBA members. And I just want to say, I'm not speaking for them, but what I am going to do is summarize the discussions I've had with them. As you know, when there was only takeout and delivery, there was not a lot of interest in closing the streets or looking at that. But now that there's outdoor dining, the interest seems to have shifted. And the preference from who I've talked to supports an effort that remains flexible. And so that means to try something and then evaluate it before going for a more permanent long-term solution. And the most support seems to be for a closure of East Campbell Avenue between the cross streets, leaving the northwest or the north-south streets open for cross traffic, short-term parking for takeout, curbside pickup, and allowing delivery for drivers from DoorDash and Uber Eats and those types of companies to have a place to park before they pick up from the restaurants. The retailers have said that the weekday business has actually been surprisingly good, and they would like to see the first test take place from a Friday to a Sunday, so that that leaves this downtown open during the weekdays for them, and then after that to evaluate how it works. On the east side of East Campbell Avenue by Blue Line Pizza, the recommendation is to put the barricades after the parking lot to Blue Line Pizza and not to shut it off before the railroad tracks, so that there's still use of that parking lot for people visiting downtown. And anybody who comes too far by mistake can detour through the parking lot and down the alley to Central Avenue to exit downtown. And for us, signage with an emphasis on personal and group safety is going to be important to make this work. And we are willing to work with the city and DCBA to create a marketing and social media campaign to emphasize what a vibrant and safe approach to supporting downtown businesses looks like. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ken. I appreciate it. So at this point, I'll close the public meeting unless you have more speakers. Nope. Okay. I'll bring this back for council discussion. Rich, you want to start?
Wait, oh, got it. Sorry. I'll wait until, everybody's kind of commenting. I mean, obviously I like it a lot. There's some detailed questions about how to quote unquote block things off. But I don't know. I'll let somebody else maybe bring up that subject, and possibly Todd or the chief can talk more about this subject of blocking things off and how hard it is to block and how hard it is to unblock. I suspect others have been having the same discussion. It looks like Gary, did you want to talk on that? That'd be great. Whoever.
Well, how about if we do this, Gary? Let me see if council has questions first, then you and Todd can make some answer questions.
So that would be my question then after we're done with the round, Mayor, would be how difficult is it to physically block off the north-south streets? Thank you.
Okay, Anne, do you have any questions?
I do have a couple questions related to the parking issue or parking comments that we received about the parking lot at Blue Line Pizza and I think it was on Railway, that parking lot there, and leaving that access open, and if that's a possibility or doable, so that it would allow access to the alleyway. So that would be my question.
Is that the only one?
So far.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, I'd like to hear in general, I think from Public Works and from the chief, just on the logistics and the safety of doing this. So I'm sure they'll address that. Beyond that, I'm sure I have more questions, but I think, do we need to engage or have we engaged with the business community to see if they can assist in those logistics of opening and closing the streets, and also in the signage of where people park, and perhaps on side streets, allocating some parking to take out visitors and Uber and Lyft and people like that. So some of the logistics I'm concerned about, but let's hear what we have first and then come back.
Okay, Liz, general questions, and then we'll hear from staff, and then we can come back for discussion. No? Okay, My questions are around logistics also. My first comment is, now if we leave the side streets open, that's a lot more barricades because you have to barricade each block. What provisions do we have to do it on the first and interim basis? I don't support closing for 2 months as to start with. I support a shorter term weekend or 1 week, which means the barricades would have to be moved in and out. So what do we have on hand that we could do this quicker than later? If we have to order barricades, what's the lead time and how long would it take to do those? And if we do this for a weekend or a week and then we open back up, what is the cost if we close a second time? So Todd or Gary, I don't know who wants to start.
Todd, I'll defer to you on.
I'm happy to jump in, but I'm probably going to rely on Gary a little bit, just because of just to kind of validate our approach here. So this is certainly going to be a closure unlike anything we've ever done before. So whether we close all the streets off, I mean, if you do the typical closure that kind of coincides to our festivals and our farmers market, where we have blocked off the side streets and allowed Campbell Avenue to kind of be closed, shut down all the way through the intersections, closing it down between the blocks seems to make a little more sense from a traffic analysis perspective, and to kind of coincide with what you heard from Ken Johnson earlier and Michael as well. It would preserve some level of on-street parking that could be used to help serve retail and to serve the curbside pickups as well. I don't believe that it is substantially more barricades to do that than to close the entire downtown off, because what you would normally use to close off the side streets, you'd now be using at the intersections to close off the entrances at the individual blocks of Campbell Avenue. What my concern on this is that I have a very low comfort level approaching this the same way that we have approached the farmers market and some of our festivals in the past, and I am of the belief that we need something a little more heavy duty to help close things off. You know, we've looked at what some other cities are doing to kind of get a sense of best practices. We've looked at Los Gatos, which is kind of taking a different tack than we are. They're more going along the lines of closing off the on-street parking areas, but keeping the street open. Whereas Mountain View, as an example, is going more toward this idea that we seem to be pursuing, which is keeping the cross streets open while closing off individual blocks. And what all the cities, but not just those two, but all cities that we've seen are installing something that's comparable, to K-rails. You know, whether they're the precast concrete K-rails or whether they're the ones that can be filled with water or sand. We do have a concern that we should be closing these streets off with something that could really physically keep out traffic, because we know that drivers can be creatures of habits. We know that people follow their apps on their phone, and sometimes it leads them to places that they shouldn't be going, even against temporary closures. And so there is a concern here that if we're going to place diners essentially in the street, that we should not be allowing cars at all. So that's really the concern, and that's where we've been doing most of our research to talk about, or at least to take a look at what we would need to physically do that. Now, you then need to counter that with the fact that we also provide a fair amount of services to the downtown area. As any of you who were involved in the negotiations and the discussions regarding the farmers market, we know that County Fire is going to want and need and deserve a certain amount of access through there, not just to get in and out of there, but they're going to need access specifically at the hydrants. And if we're going to be making closures at the intersections, we're going to make sure that their equipment is able to negotiate the turns. So we may be looking at some kind of an implementation that is kind of like a staggered K-rail or staggered barrier approach, where we essentially, you know, it's almost like a drive around a chicane type a closure, such that we could still get fire in and out if necessary. We could get public safety in and out if necessary. We could continue to provide our garbage pickup, because we do know that West Valley does service the downtown area at many of those establishments from the front. And that we also have our downtown litter cans, which are getting quite full fairly frequently lately. And so we do think that there's a way to do this, and we have not got into all of the geography and the topography of this yet, but it seems as though there's a workable solution here. There is a part of this, though, that does become labor intensive. So if we are going to allow limited access during the day, that's more for servicing and perhaps even for deliveries, there is going to be some level of installation of maybe some temporary barriers, or even stationing personnel out there who can monitor each intersection. I think there's probably a way to do that that isn't maybe quite as labor intensive as I might be leading you to believe, but I do think it will take some level of labor resources out there on a regular basis. The part that I'm a little more concerned with is if we need to be moving barriers that can weigh upwards of a couple of tons on a fairly frequent basis. So I think if we come to a solution, or come to some level of agreement that speaks to closing down the individual blocks of Campbell Avenue, but maybe only on Friday through Sunday, which means that presumably every Thursday night or Friday morning, and then every Sunday night or Monday morning, we have to go through this what could be a complex installation and breakdown. That concerns me a little bit, because we don't have those types of barricades in hand yet. We've been doing pretty extensive research, and we think we could have those in hand probably within a week or so, if we placed an order tomorrow. But we don't have equipment in hand or we don't own equipment that could easily move that. So this might get into renting a certain type of equipment on a somewhat regular basis, which, if you have to do it once or twice over a couple months, it's probably not a big deal. But if you have to do it 2 or 3 times a week, it can become a high cost item in pretty short order. With regard to access to side streets and alleyways, there are a couple of issues out there that we are aware of, that we think we would have to work around. Where there's certainly there's a private driveway on the western end of Campbell Avenue, down just almost to 3rd Street. And that's kind of a single point of entry. So we might have to make some sort of exception to allow that building to access their parking lot. And then, of course, the other one is the lot down by Ainsley Park, adjacent to Blue Line, which on the surface sounds like a very good idea. I do think that we want to do whatever we can to keep that lot open. I do have a little bit of a concern that if we don't sign that properly, and we don't discourage all but very local downtown traffic from using that lot, we could see a more significant increase of traffic on that alleyway than maybe was ever anticipated, which could have other consequences that maybe we haven't thought all the way through. So I'm a little concerned about maybe increasing traffic on that alleyway. It may be that parking lot has to be a one-way in, one-way out, except for delivery trucks. We could post it as such. So I think there are solutions. We've got a pretty good handle on what this individual block closure would look like. We're going to be meeting with fire on that. I've already talked with a couple of our neighboring cities just to make sure that we are aware of what the concerns are going forward. But we are ready to move on this, whatever council's direction is. But I do think that even if we mobilize, make purchases, implement, we're going to have at some point have to discuss what the frequency of turning this around looks like, because that's where we actually could incur some higher costs in fairly short order. I know I've said a lot. I'll stop there. I'll see if Gary wants to chime in, and then we can take individual questions at that point.
I think you hit it all. I guess from a public safety perspective, I'll just echo the concerns about the type of barriers that are being used, because I don't think that the A-frames that are used during the farmers market on the weekends would be appropriate for long-term closures, whether that means weekends or weeks, months. And as Director Capurso mentioned, the access for both fire and police to get in is pretty critical. So I tend to agree from a access standpoint that keeping the side streets open makes the most sense if we're able to find a configuration that allows public safety vehicles to get in there. But as Director Capurso eloquently said, people are creatures of habit. And we know that even with barricades and signage that people tend to want to continue using the same route that they've used, whether intentionally or unintentionally. So I do think that there needs to be considerable thought and planning going into what that looks like, whether it's for the Blue Line parking lot or other locations through downtown Campbell. I absolutely think that it's doable, but there are going to be some mitigating factors to make sure that the public safety is at the appropriate level.
Great. Thank you. What's that quote by Kennedy? We don't do this because it's easy. We do this because it's hard. But the outcome is great. Okay, so I'd like to try to focus us in. I see kind of three pretty big, the big questions are, do we look at closing just the blocks in between that are east-west, leave the north-south streets open, what's called the side streets? That's question one. Question two is for how long? I think a 2-month commitment is a tremendous amount, not knowing, and I would prefer to have to start out like a week or weekend, do an evaluation. We have all the equipment, then we either evaluate before we reopen or reopen and then reclose. So the first question is about the whole street or the side streets leaving open. The second is about duration. And the third is about individual logistics that you may want to discuss. So let's start with Rich.
Well, it's a lot to chew on. I guess, Gary, I think you and I talked before. I know quite a few cities have a more permanent solution. I know Palm Springs has that. When I go to Washington, D.C., they have barriers that come up and down depending on the event. And they're kind of built in. Obviously, there's the arm thing like you have over a railroad track. But I mean, it seems like with all the events we have, even forgetting about this, with the state farmers market, with the festivals we have, that a more permanent solution would be interesting. And then the fire department and the police department would have a way to open up those arms if they wanted. I mean, is there any thoughts to that, or is it just too prohibitively expensive?
Well, we actually started this conversation well over a year ago with exactly what you were talking about, with the festivals being downtown and the farmers market being as popular as it is. There are different solutions that are in place, some more expensive than others. I believe it's Sunnyvale has the bollards that pneumatically come out of the ground, which I know is pretty costly. But some of the other items that we looked at that we were actually, I believe we were talking about partnering with the farmers market in the last contract, but I don't think that came to fruition, was installing removable bollards. So basically drilling down into the roadway and bringing out metal poles when we want to close off the street. But once again, depending on the configuration, there still needs to be access for public safety vehicles. And if you recall, last year, we were actually the recipient of a Homeland Security grant where we received several different bollards that we used at the last, I guess it was Oktoberfest, the last festival we had, where it's actually can be controlled to go up and down. That requires somebody standing there 24 hours a day to be able to lower it. But I guess the short answer to your question is there's a lot of different options available. I would love to get those in place because it would make me feel a lot better about cars driving through there, especially at the farmer's market and the creepy crawly and all the different events we have down there. But I know cost is a major issue.
Thank you.
So Rich, the first question, are you okay with closing the east-west blocks, which is the main downtown, and leaving the side streets open?
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay, subject to, you know, what Gary's saying and what Todd's saying. I mean, somebody else gonna have to evaluate just the risk involved of.
Separate from the risk, separate from the cost.
Obviously, if there's no risk involved of, you know, cars saying, "Oh, to heck with it, I've been driving across Campbell, you know, since I was a young lad. I'm going to drive and ignore all the whatever." So
okay, so do you support?
No, of course I support it. I think it's great. I think Gary's giving us a good long-term solution. As I say, Palm Springs, I think Santa Clara, a lot of cities, sounded like Sunnyvale, have a longer-term solution, and we need to get there. It sounds like we're not going to get there in the next year or so, but I think it's a good idea that, like I said, these idea of pollards coming out of the ground at every point, and then you can make decisions at every festival, whether it's on the north-south streets, whether it's just at the in West Points, whether you just want to do it between Opas and yada yada. I think that's the good long-term solution. But in the meantime, of course, yeah, I'm a very big supporter, and we'll do the best we can. Thank you.
So do you support it for a 2-month closure, or do a trial of a weekend and then evaluate?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I think that's a harder decision about 2 months versus, you know, the weekends. It would be nice if we could do it just on, you know, let's say Thursday through Sunday and leave it open for cross traffic and everything. But I understand the complexity of that. So if it's if our only solution is 2 or 3 months, I'd say 2 or 3 months. If there's a way to make this more temporary and only on the weekends, I think that's going to create a lot less strife. I don't, you know, the necessity of it on a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night is not strong, and there's going to be opposition from various people. And so this will make, thanks, Bruce. This will make things more minimal. I think I've said enough. Thank you. So okay. I support it.
Okay, and
I understand that a weekend will be difficult if we go with the solution of moving around the barriers every weekend, twice a week, 3 times a week. I understand Todd's point. Thank you.
Anne?
So I have a question about public safety access currently when there's either the farmers market or a festival. How does fire get in there to the downtown if they need to?
For the farmers market, they were using the A-frame signs that can just be moved out of the roadway very quickly. At the last Oktoberfest, on each end of Campbell Avenue, we used the new bollards that we received, and we had people stationed there 24 hours a day to make sure that those could be lowered if public safety vehicles needed to go in. For a solution like this, I don't think that's feasible.
Oops. Sorry. So I know that we have to be flexible, and reevaluate what we do. I mean, it's obvious that we took some measures a few weeks ago and we're needing to reevaluate. So for me, I would support closing downtown East Campbell Avenue from I guess it's 3rd Street to the tracks. And I'm inclined to do it permanently on a temporary basis for a month and then reevaluate. I would like to see the side streets remain open so that there's access, so that people can walk in to the retail stores, so that, you know, there can be some deliveries, some curbside pickups. I really feel it's important to understand the impact that it's going to have on staff resources and city resources to have to put up those barriers every Thursday night and take them down every Monday morning for a period of time when we're already strapped. So from that perspective, that's why I would recommend that we do it for a month period, closing it completely.
Closing Campbell Avenue.
Closing Campbell Avenue and allowing outdoor dining to expand into the street. I think
you saying keep the side streets open though, right?
Keep the side streets open for access for curbside delivery and people to be able to walk in, and I would like to be able to see that the Ainsley Park parking lot remain open if possible on an I mean, I initially thought, well, gee, it would be great to have the alleyway access, but now that you pointed out that it might increase traffic and there might be problems there, I would support just an in and out, a one way in and one way out on that Ainsley Avenue or Ainsley Park parking lot, if that makes sense. I'm concerned about just the safety, the types of barriers that are put up and the safety with people that are sitting there eating and cars going by. So that's why I would support closing it on a semi-permanent temporary basis, if that makes sense. Those are my comments so far.
All right, thank you, Paul.
Thank you. I don't see, I mean, we're trying different things. I don't see doing nothing is a good option. We need to try to help these businesses and certainly not hurt businesses in the process. I'm supportive of closing with the cross streets open. Ideally, my thought going in was Friday, maybe midday or so to Sunday. It makes sense. I understand logistically that may very well not make sense, and it may not let us put up the type of barriers that what I'm hearing that we need. So I understand that may not be realistic. If it's not, I like then Councilmember Bybee's idea. Then we close it off for a longer period, but no more than a month, and say, we're going to look at, did it help, did it hurt, and have to reevaluate it. I don't think doing nothing's an option. Hearing that the weekends or Friday, Sunday does not sound like a good option. So I would support one 30-day shorter period that just, let's see how it works. Shorter than the recommendation of the staff report. You know, the logistics of it all have to be worked out of who's going to put up barriers. If they're not moving for 30 days, it's not as big a deal. I think we should be talking about signage on the side street so people are parking in the right spot, enable takeout visitors to get to the restaurants they want to quickly, maybe have a loading, a ride share loading area. These are things we could work out, I'm sure, with the businesses and the chamber down there. The chief made a comment that cost is a major issue, and that's a given. Here's what I'd say. I mean, especially in the times when we're cutting costs, it's hard to say this, but we really got to look away from that for two reasons. We're trying to do something to keep these businesses alive. So this is our investment in trying to save them and keep them here so they can recover at some point. So I think that this becomes a really important expense. We have to go that route. The other thing is, the chief mentioned, this is not just for this experiment. This is for farmers market and street fairs. And I think Creepy Crawl, you mentioned, pretty much any event, Carol Lights, any event we do. I think from listening to you, this is an expense we're going to have to take eventually when we have street events. The world's changed and this is the way it is. And so I'm willing to say this is the time we spend it. And again, we're going to have to find money somewhere. but it's a good cause in the short term to help these businesses. It's a good cause in the long term because we can't have these events later on without it. So that's where I'm at. I mean, I wasn't thinking of a month at a time going in, and I'm concerned about who that might impact as far as retailers that can't get their clients there, or a blue line at the end of the street. So we have to work that out, right? But I think the 30 days is a better option than not doing it. And to me, if we do the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then I would do a 30-day.
Okay, Liz?
Councilmember Resnikoff, for clarification. There were two kinds of solutions being discussed, and one was the pay barriers and the other was the more elaborate. Were you thinking of investing on the more elaborate options?
I guess at this point, we'd have to see the costs of it, right? And if it's going to take us a long time to start, then maybe we start with what we can do quicker. But I'd like to see the cost, certainly. What I'm getting to is, if we have to go to the elaborate one, I don't want to discount it because it costs too much. And then I think we're going to buy them anyway, eventually, when we have a better economy and we have events. So let's just look at it in that sense. It's not a one-time throwaway, it's an investment.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. Interesting conversations. I'm going to take us a step back and think about what Ken Johnson said, and also what some of the correspondence we've received has said. And I did do some additional research. In addition to the correspondence that said Mountain View, and I think they said Danville or some such place, and others have not had as much success with the closure of the streets as they had hoped. So it's a cautionary tale. Los Gatos has also not had as much success. They've only had about 50% or less of the businesses take advantage of additional parking spaces along the street to add to their spaces. So that's telling me is reinforcing what Ken was saying and what the merchants are saying. And I think everyone here has said, we need to be flexible and figure out what's going to work. So I'm thinking that Councilmember Resnikoff said, which I don't disagree with per se, I think we need to try this out without a lot of falderall and fiddly-dee. What is it that we can do to try it out? Figure out, is there enough space for people to work? Can we get the driveways in? Is the signage going to work? Can we physically make it work? Planning will help, but trying it out. There seems to be a consensus of the businesses that Friday, Saturday, Sunday is good. Some would like it more, but everybody is comfortable with the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, as I read the material anyway. I would like to suggest, clearly we're going to do something. We have to support our businesses. Totally agree with the comments made that we have to invest in our businesses because they're the future of our community. Clearly, we have to do that. So what I was wondering is, can we take advantage of the barriers we have now and try a Friday, Saturday, Sunday shutdown with the cross streets open? See if we can get volunteer groups, some of the, various clubs that can help us, and also maybe some of the scout groups and so forth, as long as we're doing all this social distancing stuff, which I think unfortunately does add another level of complexity. I'm wondering if we could try it for one weekend, just to physically see what it is we're dealing with, and then see if we should go. I'll tell you why I'm hesitant to go for, I'm thinking that we need to make a commitment to the merchants that we'll do this, the city will commit to doing something for 3 months, because they're going to invest in getting staff and equipment and different things that they need. And so they've got an investment and the city's got an investment. So can we do a first pass trial and error Notwithstanding all the safety issues, I totally support all of those concerns. But is there anything we could try? And then figure out, okay, we do need this heavy equipment here, we do need this, we do need that. Is there any value to trying to figure it out? I mean, I got lots of feedback that Friday, Saturday, Sunday was what they really wanted. So I'm trying to be responsive to that and also sensitive to the cost, not minimizing the safety or the labor.
Okay, so before we get any answers from staff, I'll add my comments. I think this needs to be a phased approach. I think we need to do something. Doing nothing doesn't help anybody. Our businesses are struggling. It behooves us, not only for what it does to our sales tax base, but it helps us to keep our businesses alive and thriving. There's too many right now that are having such a hard time. But I don't want to commit to a month and find out a weekend it's not working. So my phased idea would be that we commit to 1 week. That gives us both a weekend and a weekdays to see if it's going to work. If we only do it a weekend and then, oh, guess what? We're closing for 2 months. Now we haven't experienced what the weekday impacts are. And some of the emails I'm getting are some that you have that said, I'm in other cities during the week, we don't see increased traffic. Or, oh, hey, yeah, closing during the week helps me. So I would like to propose a start of a week, but committing to maybe a month, but saying at the end of a week, we get an assessment of, is it really working? I think we need to try to work with what we have already, but I agree that A-frame stand-ups are not really that secure. I'm guessing that we could potentially rent those orange ones you fill with water, or even the concrete K-rails for a week. I don't know what that costs. I do think that whatever we do, we're going to use in the long term. We are going to have festivals. We are going to have the farmers market. So I don't think an outlay of K-rails is a wasted expense for a trial, but what can we do with what we have right now? Can we do it for a week, commit to at least a week, and then look at committing to longer time after we see if this is really going to be of a help? I have all faith in Public Works and police and everybody else that they're going to figure out the logistics of this. You know, whether they're staggered, offset, removable, up and down arms. The people need to be safe. We need to make sure cars aren't getting into where people are. The Blue Line parking lot does have a lot of logistics problem, and that alley is extremely narrow. I know we have a Brown Chicken, Black Cow restaurant there that if they could expand and not have that alley, still have cars, that would be great.
Block it off at the light there for Blue
What?
Line.
Oh, it's Bruce was talking.
Oh, hey, we got a photo bomb or a Bruce bomb here on our thing. Hi, Bruce. So
I mean,
I have an issue. The Blue Line parking lot, I would say make that for curbside pickup only, not through traffic. Don't necessarily let them get through to the alley, which then creates its own logistics problem. And that may be where you need a person helping before they get to that intersection. I don't know. That to me becomes a logistics issue beyond just the street closing. So in summary, I support a start of a week, maybe going to a month, looking at purchasing barriers because we're going to use them in the long term. What can we do right now to get by for that 1 week? And give us a sense of logistics of if we try to do this 1 week on, 1 week off, whatever, that the setup and takedown costs are what's going to really affect this. How's that, Todd and Gary?
It's encouraging, but it's also a little alarming. I've got to be honest, because when I don't know that anybody specifically said this, but if the idea is to do the best we can with what we have on hand, then it looks like a farmer's market closure. That's what it looks like. It looks like A-frames and little orange delineators that could easily be driven around. And that's a concern. Now, if the council wants us to do that in the interim, we certainly can. My comfort level isn't very, very high with that. Now we haven't looked into, well, actually, I suppose we have indirectly. I mean, I think those same type of barriers could be rented as opposed to purchased. I don't know what the timeline is on that though.
When you're talking about the K-rails,
Well, yeah, I'm a little more of a fan of the ones that could be filled, because that way, even if especially if we purchase, because if we purchased those and wanted to use them in future events, whether in the downtown or otherwise, when we're storing them at the yard, you could much more easily move them around when they're empty. So you wouldn't need an on-hand forklift or other lift apparatus to move those, just to move them from one side of the parking lot to the other. And I do think that the kind of the less heavy duty solution that you go with, the more staff intensive it's going to be. So you heard the chief mention earlier that when we do these closures around the Oktoberfest, he had somebody there 24 hours a day at every closure. You know, I know the closures might not be for 24. If we're doing them with like A-frames and traffic delineators, maybe they don't have to be 24 hours, but you'd be hard pressed not to station somebody out there the entire time that people are using the on-street parking areas for dining, because you just can't take a chance that a vehicle might decide to blow down that street because their app has taken them that, or they've gone that way every day for the last 5 years. And I'm not necessarily advocating that once we install something that we need to leave it alone for 60 or 90 days. I do think that I think for whatever solution we do, there has to be a regular review, and it may have to get adjusted and modified as we go, because we're probably all going to learn something along the way, like, oh geez, we shouldn't have closed this parking lot off just the way we did, or people can't get to this area and we know they need to. And I should point out, I can't give you 100% assurance on this, but I can tell you from our experience where we have changed other traffic patterns or where we've installed other traffic type barriers across the city. If you do install something that is going to be there more than a weekend, say, we've had pretty good success getting to Waze and Google Maps and Apple Maps, say, to report that these streets are closed or these turning movements are not being allowed. And we take photos of the physical impediments and send them over, and they have adjusted their apps. We did get some positive results of that at Campbell and Lee. We got some mixed results of that at Second and Civic Center, but we did get that. But the bottom line is that we got the app companies to make modifications to how they were providing directions. And the longer term closure that you do, the more success we'll have with that. So I'm not necessarily saying, gee, let's put something in and then we have to wait 60 days and to make any change. I think we should put something in, maybe thinking longer term, but recognizing that there may have to be shorter term modifications and improvements along the way.
I would support that. Question, can we rent to own barricades? Or using a construction type activities where you can rent. I do like the fillable barricades versus the concrete ones, specifically for the movability, and the concrete ones require forklifts to move around. So the orange and the fillable ones make it easy to drain them and you move them. So what would it take before we actually purchase things, to rent them for say a week and then do this evaluation?
Question?
I was asking Todd a question.
Well, I was talking to Los Gatos today, and they had their experiment last year when they made the street one way. They might have extra they used the K-rails, so they might have extra K-rails.
Okay.
I did not ask them. I spent a little time in Los Gatos over the weekend, and I will tell you, there's a lot of K-rail out on Santa Cruz Avenue and on Main Street. So I will certainly inquire with Los Gatos to see if they're not using their full allotment. And if we could swing a trade with them or somehow barter something, I'm happy to do that. We had put together some quantity takeoffs on what we think we would need to do the Campbell Avenue closures with the side streets remaining open. And I think it's in the neighborhood, I'm not going to get this number exactly right, but it's between 25 and 30 of the 6-foot orange fillable K-rail type things. To purchase all of those, it gets close to about $10,000. The same company, because I will tell you that right now, not everybody's being super responsive on these issues, because apparently there's a lot of demand out there. Every city has some somewhat similar ideas. The rental prices that we got from them were for the same amount, about $1,500 a month, and a month appears to be their minimum rental time. So, if you're looking at a cost difference of about $7,000 and you think it's something that we might need in the longer term, it's worth considering making that purchase, because I don't think relative to everything else we do, the purchase of these barricades is not going to be the high cost. In fact, the high cost is going to be the setup, the periodic movement, whether it's every month or 2 months or every week. That's going to be, in the end, that's going to cost more than the investment in this equipment. What I can't answer off the top of my head, and I will get you an answer in the next couple of days through the city manager, is which one of those options is available the quickest. Because I think we may want to, that's going to feed into, which one of these can we implement the fastest? Making a purchase or renting the same amount. Which one gets us? Which one gets them here quicker? So I will get you that information through the city manager within a couple of days. Oh, hopefully by tomorrow. But if not tomorrow, certainly by Thursday.
Okay, so we've gone around on this pretty good. Let's provide some direction to staff. So my first question, I think I've asked everybody, I think there's consensus of we look at closing Campbell Avenue, but leaving the side streets open. Can I get a shake of head, Jess, that we agree? Yes, Paul, and okay, so that's the first thing. Paul, you had a question?
Yeah, I think it's going to go to your next point is going to be about the length of time.
Yes.
Let me I'll comment on that when you're done.
Okay, so Todd and Gary and Brian, closing Campbell Avenue, leaving side streets open. We haven't talked about Blue Line. Let's get back to that parking lot. So the question now is how long? And my recommendation is we can say a month, but within the first week, we look at, do we move barricades? Do we reevaluate? If we're getting that every single business is not getting any increase in volume of traffic and people and sales, then why keep doing it for 3 more weeks? So how do you guys feel? Anne said something about a month. Let's go through. Rich, how long do you think we should do this? The first trial?
I think a month is good. I mean, my only trepidation is there's going to be some times here where one would hope sounds like they're gradually loosening things up even this week, where they're going to allow more things and more things from what I've seen from other counties. And hopefully between a month and 2 months, we'll see more, but we can always extend it from there. I mean, I don't want staff to have to keep coming back to council. I think the idea of do it for a month, if we find after 3 days it's problematic, then we enable them to make a decision without having to come back to council. That seems silly. I trust Todd and his group working with the police chief to make a decision on what's going on. We don't need to get in the middle of it. Thank you.
Anne?
I would support a month. trial period.
Would you support after the first week doing an assessment to see if they're actually helping?
Sure. I mean, I think we need to reevaluate as often as we need to figure out whether or not it's working or not working. I just not sure that a week's time is really going to give you sufficient data to know if it's working or not working. You know, it all depends on, you know, the week, and like on a holiday week, is there going to be a higher level of activity in downtown as opposed to a non-holiday weekend? So I'm not really sure that a week really is adequate time to evaluate, but if that's what the council, you know, chooses to do, I would support that as well.
How about if we do a month, do it at 2 weeks, do a review?
What?
Rich?
Yeah, I mean, we're going back to what I said. We keep using the word we. I don't think the council has anything to add there. I think we need to enable staff to make a decision here. If, you know.
Oh, I'm not saying come back to council in 2 weeks. I'm just trying to get direction to staff, and so.
Well, so direction to staff would be, yeah, you guys get a month. I think that sounds logical. And then if you perceive problems, you know, you're going to have to make a decision. Then you could go back to council saying, we decided to stop the project or to change the parameters of the project. But if everything's going swimmingly, you know, keep it up. They're going to have to, you know, like I said, I think a month is just from the logistics is probably the minimum. And they got to make a decision. If after a day they find it's just not working, then it's not working. If people are.
Okay, Paul.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Bybee. I don't think we're going to find out anything in a week, but I would say at minimum, commit to a month. We're gonna look at if something is horribly wrong in our decision, we're gonna fix that. But we're gonna look at this along the way. But I think we have to make a commitment here because the businesses need to know, is this going to be something they can plan on doing or not? If it's 1 week and then we're going to think about the next week, how they invest in that and how they plan their business, their staff, their equipment, things like that. I was on some group messages in the last few days when the ABC issue in Morgan Hill came down and the state rejected the county variance. And the biggest concern to the businesses was, can we open? Can I put my patio out there? What do I do? Do we close? Should we wait to hear from? A lot of uncertainty in here, basically.
Right.
If we do this 1 week and say next week maybe we won't, then I think that creates the same angst for them. Let's commit to a month. If and talk to them to think what they need. But let's commit to a month in my mind and tweak it if we have to, but let them know if it's going to take 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks to actually pay off, that we're committed to it. I think they're going to want that because I felt awful reading these messages about, you know, what do we do? Do we open? Do I close? Do I not bring people in? We need to commit to them, and I'd say 30 days minimum.
Okay, Liz, are you good with the 30-day minimum?
No, I'd like to offer some additional thoughts. So my initial concern about the time frame had to do with cost, but that issue seems to be resolved, which I'm understanding that the council is willing to invest money in the K-rail or something else, because in the long run they'll be utilized. It's not just for this solution. So I'm more comfortable with that. But just exactly what Councilmember Resnikoff said. When we quote unquote open up more, even if you can dine in, the expectation reasonably is that dining in is going to be at 1/3 capacity. So we're going to want to dine out. That's been the experience in other cities that I've read about, is that the demand for inside seating is very low. So it's reasonable that that we make, and I'm careful how I say this, we make a commitment to the downtown that for 3 months, the city will work with them to the right solution to creating outdoor seating involving Campbell Ave. And whether that's whatever that means, and we can comfortably plan that whatever we have to do, we'll do. And if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. We've invested some time and money, but not totally in vain. and the businesses can get some security of what they need. My primary concern still remains, and there's no other way to do it but test it out, is the feedback that I've gotten from other cities and from the emails that we received, is that the Friday through Sunday is what's important, and it may be detrimental the rest of the week. So a lot of flexibility we need, but I'd like to just say we commit to the community, to the businesses for 3 months. We'll do whatever it takes. And if it ends up after 1 month, we stop it, so be it. But we commit to 3 months of trying to make it work.
Okay, so I don't support 3-month commitment at this point. I can't imagine that's too long a commitment. And if we commit to 3 months and then businesses don't have any business or aren't doing better, you can't tell one business, oh, I'm sorry, we already committed 3 months, even though you're not getting any business, and or I'm going to close in a month, but you made a commitment for 3 months. So I would say let's make a minimum commitment of a month, but make an evaluation at least halfway through and stay flexible. I would also, can we commit to saying, Todd, you can spend $10,000 on your barricades so that he can have direction to start ordering or moving forward, because there is a sense of urgency to this.
The city manager has authority to sign contracts up to what, 25,000. So.
Okay, that's right. Thanks for reminding me. So it sounds like we've got 4 already for a month and 1 for 3 months. Can we make a motion on at least 1 month minimum commitment and then up to however long? Rich, you want to make a motion, or Leanne or Paul or Liz?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to make a motion about that we.
Basically make a motion about committing to 1 month of closing the Campbell Avenue, but leaving the side streets open within the review midway.
With a review midway, but subject to staff being able to make decisions if things are not working out.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Could I ask a point of clarification, please?
Yes.
So this is basically direction to staff. It's my understanding that we do need to come back as a council to formalize this in a resolution, because it does involve closing public streets, and maybe the city manager could respond to that.
Brian?
Yeah, that's correct. Councilmember Bybee, thank you for that. If we are going to direct staff to close the street, we will reflect that in a resolution that we'll bring back to you. We'll go ahead and pursue that direction in the meantime. It won't slow us down as long as there's consensus of the council that we'll be moving forward and bringing back that resolution for your approval at your next meeting. Also with that, Public Works, Planning, and Public Safety will work together and update the council on what the ramp up timeline is for that, and how quickly, just so you have information, how quickly we can purchase those barricades and get them installed. That would be the remaining question in my mind. And the other piece of that is outreach to the businesses on the decision. I think that we'll also probably want to provide them some notice of how it's going to work in advance. And I don't know what that appropriate time period is, but we would want to do some advance notice to all the businesses in advance. So we will evaluate that and report back to the council that ramp up period, and then be prepared to notify the businesses of whatever that date is that we can begin this, and we'll report that back to the council as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ann, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now roll call on the vote.
Councilmember Waterman.
Aye.
Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Resnikoff.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gibbons.
Aye, something's better than nothing.
So that's an aye.
I said aye.
Okay.
Mayor Landry.
Aye. Yay. Okay, so thanks, you guys. It's going to be some work ahead, but we're going forward. I thank you for Ken for all the information you collected. We're doing this for the businesses. We want to have you guys be successful. So stay tuned. And like we did before, when we allowed the dining to move forward and we did the paperwork later, move forward. And we look forward to seeing something. Okay, so let me do a time check. It is 9:12. I was just thinking we should take a break before we start with our next very exciting Measure O. Can we do a 5-minute break? 5 minutes? Okay, so we'll come back here at 9:20, somewhere close to 9:20. That's about 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to turn off my video and my mute, and we'll be back at 9:20. All right, let's see who we got. Not everybody yet. Hi, UJ.
Hi, Mayor. How are you?
Who do we have? Ann? We got Ann, Paul, Rich, Liz. We have our architects. All right. Hello. Hi there, Abraham. And we've got James, I think it is. Jeremy.
Jeremy?
We've got Katie. All right. Are we good to go, City Clerk?
Ready.
Great. We're going to bring the meeting back to order. We have the most exciting agenda item next. Measure O. We've been waiting for a long time for this, you guys. So this is our kickoff meeting for both the Police Operations Building and the Campbell Library improvements. The goal of today's meeting is to provide feedback and comments to get this project started. So we're going to start this off with our city project manager, Ujay Kim.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for this opportunity to conduct kickoff meetings for the Measure O Police and Library project with council. Again, I'm Ujay Kim, the city's Measure O project manager. Let's see. The recommendation for this item is for council to conduct project kickoff meetings with Jason Architecture for the Measure O Campbell Library improvements and with LPA for the new police operations building. Staff and the design teams have a few project-related questions for council's guidance and feedback towards the end of each kickoff meeting. Also in the agenda report, staff provided Measure O related project documents specific to schedule, budget, and cash flow as requested by council at the May 19th council meeting. A quick background for this agenda item. The City Council awarded the design contracts to LPA and Jason Architecture on May 19th. Both contracts have been executed. At the May 19th meeting, the council requested that Measure O project kickoff meetings be held with council, and that's why we're here. Also on May 19th, the council was split on approving the issuance of the RFP for the environmental services due to reasons that council believed that design scope and concept would need to be further developed before soliciting proposals from environmental consultants. For the kickoff meetings, we will start with the library project so that all council members can participate in the discussion. Staff understands that one council member may need to be recused for the police project discussion. For the library kickoff meeting, staff and design team wish to conduct open discussions with council to hear council's goals, priorities, and expectations for the project. any desires and concerns related to the design approaches, and council's guidance on waiving city's planning and building permit fees. The police kickoff meeting will be the same, with an additional request for feedback on how to move forward with the professional environmental services in the interest of the project schedule. Without further ado, I would like to request Abraham Jason of Jason Architecture to help facilitate the kickoff meeting for the Campbell Library improvements. Abraham?
Thanks, Woo-Jae. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, we are thrilled to be back in front of you tonight to be kicking off this project. As Woo-Jae mentioned, our primary goal is to get some feedback and really be here to kind of listen to any thing you really feel is important to communicate to the design team before we dig into our design process. We're going to sort of briefly touch on a couple things here tonight. The scope of services we'll go over briefly, as well as the schedule and the design process. We'll talk about when we are intending to reach out to the public for engagement, and when we also will be coming back to you to get your feedback on progress. And then we'll also be sort of giving a brief overview of where the sort of overall budget, how it's structured as we currently see it. So Woo-Jae, you could go ahead and change slides. So this is a very condensed version of the scope of work. And I'm going to sort of talk about this as it relates to the schedule. Feel free to ask any questions. Anyone feel free to interrupt me if you have a question about something. So as of right now, we're really sort of engaged in task A. And this involves, like all projects of this sort of significance for a community, you guys have been working on this for years. And what that sort of corresponds to is there's a sort of long history of documentation, previous programming studies, reviewing as-built drawings, reviewing sort of previous information regarding kind of maintenance and operations, et cetera. So city staff, as well as library staff, has provided us with a sort of a deep well of information, which we have been sort of thoughtfully going over with ourselves and our consultant team to determine how that will impact our work going forward and impact our approach to the design of the project. In addition, we have completed our initial site review. So we attended the site. Library staff and city staff was very gracious in welcoming us into their home and allowing us to sort of poke at it and sort of open doors and look around for an entire day. And we had our consultant team there as well. So in addition, we started out the day walking the library with library and city staff and talking about program and operations. So we understood how the library worked, kind of the flow of staff through the building, the flow of public through the building. And then we welcomed our consultant team to the building midday. And then we walked with maintenance staff. We talked about mechanical equipment. We looked at sort of areas of leaks and other sort of potential maintenance issues and other concerns with the sort of the longevity of the building. And then we spent the last part of the day confirming the sort of correlation of the as-builts to the sort of existing conditions. So that kind of brings us to where we are now. We're sort of finishing our process of sort of bringing that information together, understanding where we currently stand. We've sort of prepared a list of questions for city staff based on that review. And then we've also begun work on the work plan, the cost plan, and then the project schedule as well. We prepared a preliminary project schedule for city staff. So that kind of brings us to our meeting with you to kick off the project. Going forward, I'll touch very briefly on each of these tasks and sort of highlight the areas where we're going to be reaching back out to you, the council, as well as the community. So after we kind of complete this existing review and get schedule cost plan and work plan in place, we are going to be working with the city staff and the library staff to prepare a new program for this project. Now, it's important to note that this is a different effort than building up a program from scratch. So that's an effort that would be associated with the new building. You've actually done that twice already. You did it in 2007 with Paige Morris, and then I believe in 2014 with Anderson Brule. And sort of that involves taking per capita numbers, meeting with stakeholders, meeting with staff, and building up the program on a square footage basis. In this case, we're looking at renovating the building and largely staying within the footprint. There may be some modest explorations of small additions, but generally speaking, the building is not changing in size. So this is really sort of a process where it's a puzzle, but the border of the puzzle has been defined. So we'll be working with staff and understanding how we sort of prioritize certain areas of the program that they feel like are underserved in the community, and maybe look at sort of reducing or limiting areas of the program that have become less important or have changed over time and are oversized. So it's a really important effort before we dig into the next phase, which is the conceptual design process. So we will be entering into the conceptual design process this fall, and we will really be looking, or late summer, early fall, and we will be looking, that's the first time we will really be putting together sort of design options for buildings. And in this phase, we're going to be looking at 3 different concept options. This will also be our first community touch point. So we will be going out to the community once these design options have been sort of prepared to a preliminary level. We'll be receiving feedback from the community on these 3 design options, making modifications based on community feedback. We'll also be going to the Civic Improvement Commission to get their feedback on the project and the design options. And then towards the end of this phase, based on the feedback we'd received from library staff, city staff, the community, and the Civic Improvements Commission, we'll be returning to council and reviewing these 3 conceptual designs with you for your approval and potentially for direction as to how to proceed at that point. That will wrap up kind of somewhere around late fall towards the end of the year. And then we will enter into the schematic design phase at the beginning of 2021. That will be based on the conceptual design option as directed by council, and with any sort of modifications that you ask us to explore coming out of that meeting. Then throughout 2021, we'll be working on the project. We'll have a kind of a standard flow of project. After schematic design, we'll go into design development. Similarly, in schematic design, we will be coming back to council again. At this point, it'll be sort of a check to make sure we are on track with the conceptual design that was approved. And then in design development, we will continue to refine, and there will be another checkpoint at which point the sort of design will be confirmed, and we want to make sure that the council sort of feels that it is once again on track with the direction that council has established. Construction documents, obviously finalizing all the details and specifications of the project. And at the completion of that, we would request council approval to go to permit. And then similarly, after permit approval, final cost estimation, there would be a similar return to council for bid and award. Construction would look to start in spring of 2022 with a completion sometime late 2023. So Wujay can go ahead and change the slide unless there's any questions. So this is the preliminary budget. I don't believe this is changed too much from what city staff presented at the council meeting for our contract approval. This is a sort of preliminary budget and will be updated once we finalize our cost plan, which we're currently working on and have been engaged in some back and forth with city staff already on. But just as a recap, we have a $20 million library budget. 1.7 million is the library design services. That's our approved contract. 1.5 million for the temporary library. About 300,000 estimated for permitting and fees. 200,000 for special inspection, and just shy of 15 million for construction, and then a 10% construction contingency. And then the shared budget would, that's shared between the library and the police building as part of the Measure O budget. That would be the PM and CM costs, shared studies and improvements, like the environmental studies, and general contingency. Small footnote at the bottom, but worth pointing out that the library will be paying for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So we are estimating that. However, it is not included in these budgetary numbers. You can change the slide, Wujay. So this is kind of the meat of what we wanted to sort of open up for discussion. So we have 3 items we want to talk about. Items 1 and 2 really are sort of open-ended discussion items where we want to hear the council's feedback about what direction to take this project. Item 3 is a sort of narrower question. I'll turn that over to Wujay at the end of the discussion of 1 and 2 regarding sort of how the city wants to handle permit fees. So I'll sort of briefly recap this, and then I really do want to open this up. This is a point at which we are here to listen. So we don't have, sort of any specific direction that we are going at this point, and we are here with open ears and sort of great interest in how sort of the council and perceives this project for their community. So the first one is sort of the most open-ended. We do want to hear your main goals, priorities, and expectations for this project. And then item number 2, although I wouldn't say there's a firm line between answering item number 1 and 2, is a little bit more specific to the building and the project, and sort of any specific desires or concerns about the design, aesthetics, any sort of relationships within the sort of neighborhood or the community, adjacent architectural buildings that you want us to be aware of and want to bring to our attention. So with that, I want to open it up to feedback from council.
Okay, thank you. Wujay, can you take down the slide so I can see everybody? Great, thank you. So we're gonna go through, let's see, where do we have everybody? Yep, we got everybody. So let's start in with Rich, go through rank or voting order. So Rich, they're asking for your, what you may have as goals, priorities, or expectations, and any other comments, and then we'll go through everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to library staff on some of the detail design, and that's probably where the input should come from. I don't think we should be getting into the nitty gritty of it. I mean, certainly we've talked about, there should be a lot of outdoor space for people to congregate. There should be a lot of, places for people to have meetings inside where they can make lots and lots of noise rather than everything quiet. So trying to turn it around so it's a different library than it was currently what it is or what it was years ago. It's just certainly how libraries are. So I've had a lot of talks with library staff on that, but I think that's where the input should come from. I don't think as a council we should get into helping you guys design the building. I don't think we're good at it. Thank you.
Dan? You're on mute, Dan.
I'm having trouble with my thing.
Sorry.
Just a couple of comments. I think that community input is important in the process, obviously. And so talking to the public outreach and Civic Improvement Commission is an important component of the project. I think the programming need to be categorized by the library staff. They're the experts. I'm not an expert in library needs. From what I've understood from being on the last Civic Center master plan, things like upgraded computer labs and additional meeting space and space for teenagers to do homework, after work assignments, that type of thing, storytelling, just a more modern facility to meet the needs. It would be just a general overall objective of mine. And the building itself, again, I'm not not an expert in building design, so I trust that there'll be some compatibility with the neighborhood, and it'll blend in and not stick out like a sore thumb. Thank you for the opportunity to input.
Okay, thank you, Ann. Paul?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of parrot that a little bit. I'm not the one to design a library. That being said, I think the community input's important, and some flexibility as the needs of libraries change, as we see now, whether it's more online services, ebooks, things like that it's suitable for those. Councilmember Waterman made a good point. I'd like to see some outside usage, because if you look at the library, people could be, if there was a decking there, sitting outside enjoying a patio outside, which I think would be really nice. If you go over and experience the Saratoga Library, there are some areas that are very quiet for people and they want to read by themselves or do homework, but there are other areas that are interactive where you can be in a group. So a mix of those things that would meet a bunch of different requirements. I mean, you guys know this more than any of us. I just know from what I've seen from going in facilities, right? But it's always nice to see that you can sit quietly, or you can do homework in groups, or there's a nice, magazine room where you can get a few minutes away. Coffee shop inside some of them, things to make it just a pleasant experience that people want to hang around for a while. And I think the secrets there as to what you're seeing in newer facilities, right? As far as the design of the building, I leave that up to you. I mean, I think the buildings we have right now are so dated and old. Anything's going to be an enhancement on that. I think the whole area is going to be improved by whatever you do to certainly the outside of it. I think the last comment you asked was about fees, and I assume this means about actually charging the fees that the city would normally charge into the project. Is that the question?
Yeah, I'll let Wujay speak a little bit to that. Wujay, can you jump in?
It's the project fees, development fees, and things like that.
Oh, exactly. I could get into that now, actually, if it's right timing.
Ujay, why don't we wait about the fees?
Sure.
Let's finish the design comments, and then.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was in the third item. I was just going to say I'll just make it simple. I'm supportive. We don't have to file to have those. I'm supportive of waiving those. Essentially, we're just taking Measure O money and moving it to the city. If we do that, I'd rather the money, if I understand it right, stay with the project. So I don't see need to do those, but
okay, let's stay with the design, and then we'll come back to fees.
Okay.
Okay, Liz, is that good? Are you good, Paul?
Yeah, that's really it. I think that it's hard for me to give specifics, but what I've seen in Cupertino, what I've seen in Saratoga, are libraries that have a lot of different functionality that aren't the everybody shushing you kind of thing, because there are areas where they want you to interact and have fun. And one other piece I want to say is that I've always thought that the library would be a good place to display a lot of the museum materials. We bus students into the museum, and then with the COVID period, who knows if that's going to happen again anytime soon. But I think it would be great that we have either an area, whether it's the walls, glass display cases like we have at City Hall, that some of that material can move into the library and rotate it so people want to come back in. I think it's a good place. You have a lot of students, and especially younger children that go in for story times and all that. Why not bring the museum partially to the library versus trying to get people into a museum that we may not be able to keep open or bus kids together in? So just a thought.
Thank you. Liz? You're on mute.
Thank you. That doesn't help me ask my questions, does it? So what are the three questions you're saying you want?
Well, we're not doing all three. We're starting first with your overall goals, priorities, input on the design. The other two questions are about the environmental process and the fees and the charges. So let's.
Okay, I'm going to respond to the goals, priorities, and expectations. That's what I wanted to be clear
Yes.
what this topic is. Thank you. Okay, so I'm well convinced that the library knows what it needs in terms of programming and space. So however you work that out with them is great. I know they have an idea of outdoor spaces and different things, and all of that would be wonderful. I think my comments are that I'm hoping, I don't see it in the schedule, and I was hoping that as you move forward, my expectation would be that you would be able to minimize the schedule and move the project more quickly. It's the longer we take, the more money it costs. So I would hope to have things done as expeditiously as appropriate, given what you need to achieve. There are a couple of things on your schedule. Go through the process, staff might come back and ask council if they would accept a memo for consent, something like that, rather than having to have any 2-week delays trying to get us into the schedule. I think there are some places we could be flexible with that to help the schedule. The library has often used the phrase patron experience, and with some of the comments earlier are all alluding to that. I would like, as you can, this is a tough comment to figure out how to do. I'd like to encourage you to find as many ways as possible to spend the money on the building and the patron experience. I have always had great angst about the 1.5 million for the temporary facility. I do think there's a lot of flexibility on how that could be obtained and addressed for a significantly less cost, and love to have you really push hard to figure out how you might be able to save some of that money and put it where it better belongs. There are other opportunities as you go forward where you can say, maybe we could compromise and do this the right way. You don't ever want to say, well, if we hadn't done that, we really could have done this. So that's my goal and priority. I think pretty much it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Liz?
Vice Mayor, you could also elaborate on the question too, as part of this
Well,
discussion.
let's stick with question 1.
Okay.
So I'm trying to group us to
I'm
categories.
following my leader.
Okay.
Okay, so we're working on the goals, priorities, and things. Okay. Thank you, everybody. This is so exciting, you guys. I maybe not as excited as I am, but just the fact that we're doing this is wonderful. Okay, so my first comment is if I'm standing on Central Avenue, mid-block by the old 1850s house there, and I look towards the Ainsley House, what do I see? There's been some of the earlier studies talked about moving the wall out 2 feet and putting a sheer or a glass wall or an outside wall. But I want to know if I'm standing on Central, I'm walking towards the Ainley House, how does this building architecture going to relate to the building that we keep? So whether we add out the wall or whatever, but what does that going to look like? There's a perspective there, there's an image there that we need to keep. Somewhere in the program statement from the library, I thought I read that they only want 1 building entrance. Is that true? And then where is it? Because right now there's the entrance to the green, there's the exit with the stairs to Central, and there's the back entrance. So that, and this, the library makes these decisions. I'm just bringing up the topic. There's a redwood tree in the corner of the building, the southwest corner, there's a huge redwood tree. There was the preliminary study that the library did this last summer, showed a light well being excavated down to the ground. You touch that tree, you guys are, there's this woman, Joanne Fairbanks, that she will come back and haunt you if you cut down that tree. I think we all know a lot about our redwood trees, so preserve that tree at all costs. I do not think that putting the elevator and expanding the elevator internally in the building is going to help cost-wise. I can't imagine that there isn't some nice structural framing around the existing elevator shaft. I would prefer to see it outside so that we don't have to get into the beams and girders and all that. The existing ramp down, there's a great sunken spot to put an elevator. I kind of picture a mid-stop, you get in at the parking level, you go down or you go up. I question the viability of a long handicap accessible ramp up to the second floor just to drop your books off. I would prefer to see, and this goes to whatever logistics internally for the library, but I think there's a way that you could have a book drop off on the north side of the building with a little parking configuration where you pull up to the curb, you maybe run over 10 feet, we throw the book in, and then internally, however that works, whether it goes down and then goes back up. Oh, and the elevator shaft can be a great time capsule. You can put the elevator down on the bottom, close off the roof and put a time capsule in there or put storage in there so you don't have to pay to take it out. I really like the idea of how we integrate Campbell history, whether it be through the architecture, the interior features, including museum pieces, artwork, sculpture. I think that adds to the ambiance of the library, and we want this to say Campbell. So the more we could have the history and the museum pieces would be great. Let's see here. Also look at the relationship to Civic Center Drive. I know right now that's all basically a big emergency exit. You have the stairs going down, the stairs going up. Does that just stay the way it is? That's up to you guys. I have all the faith in the world with you and the library staff that you guys are going to do a great job, and I support that. The last comment is I thought that the county and the library had agreed to pay for the temporary building. I really don't want to see $1.5 million taken out to put these guys, swing them out and swing back in. So I was under the impression that there would be something. I know at one point there was a conversation when Nancy Howes was still here that they spend something like $700,000 a year on maintenance that then could be applied for the temporary building location. I support as many outdoor spaces as we can. I would love to see a green roof or a rooftop garden if that's feasible, but if not in the budget. I like the idea of noisy spaces and more of how the future for libraries are going with bigger open spaces. I think interactive and flexible spaces are great. I think that's my list. How'd I do? Don't touch that tree. Okay. Sorry, guys. And the look from the street, look from the central as we're walking from downtown. How does that relate to what we have left? Okay, you guys good on that? Okay, so the second item on your list was about the permitting fees, I think was the second item. Is that right, Ujay?
I think you all kind of touched on it, but the second item is actually any kind of concerns with the design approach and architectural context, but I think you addressed that. So that question 1 and 2 were grouped together. So yeah, the third question, I'll ask that question, which is, if I could bring up the slide again here.
Sorry, if you're going to do that, may I just clarify a point, because I held back as you had asked me. I would just say that in terms of the site planning, again, I think that there's an opportunity to be judicious on how you spend your money on the site versus the building. I would offer that. And the design approach to the project is, my concern is that as you develop your design ideas and alternatives, your parties or whatever, that you solve more than one problem with the solution. You don't just put windows in, you just don't put waterproofing in, you just don't put a new roof. You look for solutions that can achieve multiple things. So if that was a philosophy for a design approach, that's what I'm looking for, the richness that you can do.
Oh, one more thing, the driveway, the first driveway off the Civic Center, that is a terrible driveway. And if we get rid of the ramp, we could consolidate the parking and do a better parking layout. Okay, so Ujay, you had asked about the permit fees.
Yes, let me get back to that slide over there. So the third question is, staff is looking for council's feedback on waiving the city's planning and building permit fees for items like pre-application reviews, site and architectural reviews, and building permits. So these applications and permit fees can total up to $275,000 from a rough estimate for the library project. If waived, that amount can be applied to the physical improvements of the library. However, at a later time, if the city decides that the review and the inspection services for the library project would be contracted out to a third-party firm due to staffing levels or liabilities, those costs will need to be funded through Measure O proceeds. The city's ordinance exempts city projects from land use permit applications. For the Measure O library project, certain discretionary reviews and building permits are still required. So staff is seeking council's guidance on whether no fee applications and permits can be issued by the city for the library project.
Okay, can you put down the slide for a second so I can see everybody? Thank you. Okay, so Rich.
Can I ask for some clarification?
Yes.
Put the slide back up and just clarify.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't understand what you were saying about the permit fees and the planning. You said some didn't have to, and then all of a sudden it came back in and said, well, we have to. So what I guess what I'm trying to understand is, what are we waiving? If things go, what goes away and what's left, and what exactly are we trying to waive? That's how you lost me there.
So the city ordinance does not require any land use permit applications for city projects. That includes any discretionary review that goes to planning and planning commission and so forth. But for a significant project like this, we would need to go through some discretionary reviews for pre-application reviews, for CEQA, and potentially site and architectural review needed before planning commission. So those all have related fees, and also it takes up resources, staff resources, and that's why the fees are there, right? And so the question being asked for council's consideration, and hoping staff would get council's feedback on whether these fees could be waived, that we could still get these reviews and building permits. Building permit is actually the biggest fee portion here. If the city could issue these or conduct these reviews and issue building permits and do the inspections and not charge a fee to the project, I guess that's what we're asking. Yeah, I don't know.
I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, so bring up the pictures of us again so I can see everybody. Okay, Rich, do you think we should waive the $275,000 plus or minus fee? Basically, does it come out of the Measure O money, or does it come out of the general fund?
I'll defer to the staff on that one.
Okay, Ann?
Yeah, I support waiving them.
Paul?
I support waiving it, and especially if that's going to help get the projects done more successfully.
Okay, Liz? You're on mute.
Thank you. I'm under the impression that we still have to go through the processes, so there is no time savings.
Right.
Member Resnikoff, just so you follow that, there is no time savings. We still have to go through the processes.
Do
So
you
that's
want to
where,
waive the fees?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to waive the fee?
I
out
understand. I'm going there. Thank you.
Okay.
So you were correct in saying that it either comes out of the project or out of the general fund because something has to pay for staff time. So the planning process is the one that has, I'm going to call it the hourly rate or whatever. The building permit to me is easier to waive because I think it makes sense to assume we're going to hire an outside consultant to do a building permit check and do a inspection. I think the city has an obligation to confirm that the plans are appropriate and the construction is appropriate through the normal building permit process. So I think the cost, we have to rely on staff. The cost might be less if it's an outside consultant, someone who does the plan check and then is available to do the site work inspections. It's a wood frame building, so that I wouldn't think there'd be a whole lot, depends on the foundations, but I wouldn't think there'd be a whole lot of site inspections other than the normal framing and utilities. So I think that could be a way to save money. I will go with the council's pleasure, but I think it's important to understand that the processes are still required and that the staff time for planning, the planning process. I don't see, so pre-application for the library does not make sense to me, to be honest. I can see it clearly for the police station, but not for the library. And then a site and architectural review. I can see, I can.
So you want to waive the fees?
I'll go with the majority. Waiving the fees is okay, except for the building permit fee. I think that has to be handled as a separate consultant.
Mayor.
So I support waiving the fees except for if we have to hire an outside consultant to do the building plan check review for the construction drawings. So it looks like you've got 3 for sure waiving. Rich says it's up to us and Liz says it's up to the rest of us. So can I get a shake of heads? Yes.
I didn't hear what you said about the building permit. You broke up.
I said that I do not want to waive a fee if we're paying an outside consultant to do building plan check. That if there's a fee incurred in that, then that project should absorb it. But if we're using internal staff for review, that then we should not charge them.
Okay,
Ann,
so I think I was trying to say this.
hang on, Ann has her hand up here and then back to you.
Actually, I'm trying to put my hand up for the city attorney. He's had his hand up for a while. He's got his.
Oh, see, I don't see him. Where is he? There he is. Okay, Bill, put your hand up. There you go.
I just wanted to clarify to make it abundantly clear, this project does not have to go through any of the planning processes. It does, of course, have to get a building permit, but it does not have to go through any of the planning processes. As a city project, it is exempt.
Yes. But we would want to hold community meetings and get public input, but we don't have to go through the formal planning process.
Correct.
That's not what Jay said.
What the city attorney said is correct. We don't have to go to the planning commission. We don't have to take this project to planning for a discussion. We will definitely take it to public to get public feedback. But yeah, we don't have to take it to the planning department or planning commission. And that may be a separate item for discussion to see if we need to do that for the library. That's why I was thinking at least the pre-application process might be helpful just to start the discussion with the planning department to make sure we're going in the right direction. But the ultimate decision may be with the city council, whether we need to go through any planning process.
So
For the police project, it's different, but
it's different. So each project is different. Okay, so we're taking a step back and saying that in fact, the plan development permit process, pre-application and site and architecture review are not required. The benefit of them is participation of the public. But there is a part of the process which the consultant identified in his schedule that talks about going to the Civic Improvement Commission, and I'm not sure if there was another one in there. So there is some public involvement or exposure. So I think the question to us really is more to the CEQA discussion. This will come back to and spin back on us on this. Is it that we really are looking for? Are we looking simply to have community outreach? Is that really what we're trying to do? So we don't need the formal process and can save that money, which would make sense to me, but I'm open to discussion. And then the second one, Mayor Landry, is I think we were saying the same thing and we kept getting broken up. I am fine if there is a building permit is absolutely, a building plan check is absolutely required, and site inspections are absolutely required. I am fine if that goes to an outside consultant. I am fine if it goes inside, if staff has the time frame. I think staff can determine that when they are ready to submit the plans. I think they have to figure out the timing of it, you know, how fast they can get the plan check done, because I think they send plan checks out anyway.
Okay, so the question is if we waive fees or not. So my comment was if we're hiring an outside consultant, i.e. for the plan check of the final construction documents, and we're having to pay an outside consultant, I think that should be absorbed by the project budget.
Oh yeah, no question, yeah.
Okay, staff time, any review, whatever the process, if we're using internal staff, I think those should not be charged to Measure O funds.
I'll go with the flow.
So Anne, are you good with that?
Yes.
Paul? Yes, Rich, shake your head yes or no. Say yes, shake your head yes. Okay, we got a yes on that. Okay, are you guys good on that answer? I'm looking at Ujay and Abraham and Katie. Kate, is it Katie? Yes, Katie.
Yes.
Okay, so now the next question is about the environmental RFP.
Yes, the mayor actually. So we'll actually have to discuss that under the police kickoff meeting. So if we're okay wrapping up the kickoff meeting for the library, unless council has any more questions, we could wrap the library kickoff meeting and move into the police kickoff meeting. And we'll ask the environmental question then.
I forget which architect is doing the site planning. Is it
LPA for the police?
Huh? LPA for the police. Okay. All right. Thank you guys.
Okay.
Do you have all the answers you need right now?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thank you.
We're so excited. Great job so far. We look forward to your design concepts, and
we look forward to presenting to you.
Okay, so now Paul Resnikoff needs to recuse himself.
I'll recuse right now. I'll recuse.
Okay, and then you'll be watching enough to know when to come back in?
That's the plan.
Okie dokie. Police.
Okay, thank you. For the police kickoff meeting, allow me to introduce Jeremy Hart. Jeremy Hart, the design director for LPA, who will present and conduct the discussion with council. Jeremy, are you?
Madam Mayor, Thank you for having us here today to present the design, or I'm sorry, the process for the police project. We're going to follow much the same format that the library project went in our agenda. We're going to review the scope of services and our budget and process, and then talk about some public engagement and some touch points with the council, and then review of the budget. So next slide, please. Again, very similar to the library project, we have a series of tasks that we're currently engaged in that'll go through a flow to ultimately take us to a design for the project. Right now, we are at the kickoff meeting with you here today, and we've got tasks A, B, and C somewhat running concurrently for us. We've been reviewing existing drawings. Now for us, existing drawings encompasses surveys and utility information, different from the libraries. I'm sure you're aware we're looking at building a new ground up building for the police department. And so we are trying to get our arms around understanding the site and the context and what things we need to be thinking about as we look at the overall site. We're putting together a work plan and a cost plan and a preliminary project schedule. What you see here is a very condensed format of our proposed project schedule. And then our first real task is program confirmation and space needs. And to that end, we have a tour scheduled next Monday where staff from LPA and from MWL, our public safety consultant, will be on site touring the existing PD. More to understand what's working for the PD and what's not working for the PD. We are also going to be setting up a series of interviews with Chief Berg and his staff so that we can understand programmatically what they do and don't need and how they need to operate. And we're really working towards a project program that fits with the budget. We understand that the Measure O dollars are not limitless, and our approach is going to be to formulate a building that provides the best possible services for the PD within the confines of the budget. As we get to the end of August, we'll be wrapping up programming, and then we will start to look at site planning concepts and building planning concepts. And those two tasks will run somewhat concurrently. We'll start a little earlier with the site, understanding some options on how we can site the building, how it should be laid out on the site, looking at different locations and adjacencies. And once we get that going, then we'll start looking at different options on how the building should lay out. Should it be 1 story? Should it be 2 stories? How does that all start to work together? And what are the impacts of the budget on that? And then as we start to develop those site planning and building planning concepts, we do intend to bring it back, get some community feedback. If it's appropriate, based upon the discussions previously, we'll go to the Civic Improvement Commission for feedback. But ultimately coming back to you in November, December for approval of our site plan and building plan concepts. With your approval, we will then proceed into the next task, schematic design. And in the schematic design phase, we'll really take those concepts and start to flesh them out with our engineers and understand what that means for the foundation system, the structural systems, the mechanical and electrical and plumbing systems, and how that all starts to come together. The aesthetic and the design of the project will have progressed further along. We will want to come back to the community again and get their feedback. Make sure that we heard them in the first workshop, and so that we are appropriately responding. And then again, based upon the previous discussion on the library, if need be, go to the Planning Commission, but then ultimately come back to you for review and approval of our progress. We want to come back and touch base with you to make sure that we've heard your feedback, we've picked everything up, and make any course corrections you deem necessary. We do want this project to meet your needs and desires and be successful for the city. Our next task will be to go into the design development. We will progress the drawings a little bit further and then come back for your review and approval. Here's where we deviate a bit from the library project. With the PD, our contract only takes us through design development, and then you have a decision point to make. And that decision point is continue with construction documents and prepare it for a traditional design, bid, build, delivery method where we will finish the documents, get the permits, put them on the street for bid, and then you would ultimately award to a low bidder. Would follow the same process as the library. But there is another alternate that you'll have, or a decision point where we can look at an alternate delivery method like design build, where at the end of design development, you would hire a contract and an architect team to finish the execution of the project. But as you can see, we very closely fall into the same durations as the library. Start construction in early summer of 2022, and then construction would be complete a little bit after the library, likely in early 2024. Just the differences between renovation and ground up, essentially. Next slide, please. Again, very similar to the library. The total project budget for the police, we've got it $20 million. That $20 million includes the design services to the design team. Again, there are the same permit and pre-construction fees, special inspection fees. It's a bit higher on this project, closer to $800,000. The PD is an essential service facility. We will design it to a higher seismic risk category factor so that we can ensure that the PD can stay operational after a major event. And then on top of that, we will have our total hard construction cost of $15.4 million is the budget, with another $1.5 million in general construction contingency. And then on top of that, we will tap into the shared budget, that budget shared between the library and the PD and the rest of the Civic Center for the PM/CM costs. And then looking at using somewhere in the ballpark of $2 million for site improvements around the PD. And then you'll see there's another $2.5 million allocated for improvements and renovations to the existing PD space that's in the current City Hall. Next slide. So very similar to what Abraham presented to you, we're here to ask you a few questions and get your feedback. The first one, what are the council's goals and priorities and expectations for the project? Another way I like to phrase the question is, at the end of the project, how will you define success? What's the one thing you're looking for that will make this project successful? And these goals and priorities are very important to us because these help us, these become the guideposts as we have to make decisions. You know, we want to come back and say, well, council gave us this direction, so we need to make sure that the project is achieving these goals. Question number 2, again, can be taken in part with question number 1. Desires, concerns regarding the aesthetic approach. That could be the architectural context, the setbacks, the impact of the neighborhood. If you want to think about it a different way, I wrote a couple of notes down. How do you feel about the overall aesthetic? Should the building blend into the neighborhood or should it stand out? Should it match the City Hall or should it be a good neighbor to the rest of the community? Should it be respectful of the Ainsley House? Our site is right adjacent to that. We really just want to understand what are those things that are important to you so as that we approach the design of the project, we can make sure that we're making this project successful for you. And then again, the same question from the library that you just debated. What city planning and building permit fees could be waived as a part of this project? And then I will leave the 4th question maybe after we take the first 3 regarding the environmental services.
Okay, can you take the slide down so I can see everybody? Okay, so I would guess that our answer to the question of the permit fees are going to be the exact same as what we already said. Waive any fees, but if you have to hire an outside consultant, can everybody shake their head yes that we have the same approach on this one? Rich, Dan, Liz, just the fees. Okay. So we'll go through, and you can start, or Rich starts, if you have comments about the design, the priorities, the aesthetics, the relationships.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you hear that same answer for me is always my answer for this. I'm not going to do the design. I trust Gary and his group, and I've given Gary input on what I would like to see. So they're going to have to take the lead on it. You know, obviously get it. I think the vice mayor was kind of saying the same thing for the library, get it done on time, under budget. Those are my goals as a council member, and everything else will come in place. I trust staff to do a good building. We've done many in the past. Thank you.
Anne?
So I have some general comments. Again, the programming and the space needs, I leave that up to the experts, the PD staff. They basically know what they need. And, you know, far be it for me to dictate what I think that they would need. I think the facility needs to not only meet today's standards as far as functionality, but also we need to look to be sure that this building's functional for the next, 30 years. We need to provide some growth, space for growth as a department, and our needs change. I again think community input's important, especially with the location that it'll be adjacent to a neighborhood. So we need to be sensitive to the neighborhood's concerns and have public input from that process. I like the approach that's being used to meet with staff, individual staff, to assess their needs. And I assume that that's not just patrol, it's probably records and dispatch and that type of personnel. My concern is I recognize that the needs may exceed the project budget, which has been a concern of mine all along. So I wouldn't want to shortchange needs for lack of a budget. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. The building should, again, address all essential police services and police functions, including evidence processing and an EOC that's and a program that's operational 24/7. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne. Liz?
Okay. So I think, again, minimize schedule, maximize additional revenue sources. I think there's a lot of opportunity for grants and things out there. There's money from this, my favorite comment, money from Silicon Valley Clean Energy for resiliency in buildings. And this, to me, is a good application of it. There may be others, but this is certainly one. I just think there's a lot of opportunity out there for a police station. We have, I don't know if you know this or not, but our energy is provided, power is provided by Silicon Valley Clean Energy, which is 100% carbon free. And right now we're doing 100% renewable as well. And doing an all electric building is something that I think is really important to look at, because the cost of operation of this building is going to be significant. And the time of use changes coming in effect in October of this year are going to have a lot to say about what's the right systems for the building. And so I would ask you to take good hard looks before you recommend the ordinary solutions kind of thing. Not everything has to be gas. And look at ways to utilize what's already there. The famous tower with the radio equipment and the parking lot. The building, I think you clearly know, the department needs to stay functional. So that's going to be an interesting process for you to work with. You mentioned the Ainsley House. It actually needs to be protected because it was moved there. So its physical conditioning is not what you'd expect if it was actually built there. So it's a sensitive thing, and there's a lot of artifacts and different things that you're going to want to be sensitive to as you propose design structural solutions. Let's see, what else? In terms of the programming, I'm totally delighted that you've got the expertise to work with staff on the programming. The only thing I would say is I would be disappointed if you're asking for being successful in the end. I would be disappointed if we had single purpose rooms. And that to me says there's opportunity to utilize the remodeled space on the ground floor that the police and the city hall staff can utilize. I think that project should be as cost effective as possible. It's not, doesn't need to be at whiskers, I guess. It can be what it needs to be to serve functions. The money should be spent on the police building itself. It's not unlike what I said for the library. It's the patron experience, it's the user experience, but PD is a public service and there is public involved. So we want it to be not intimidating. It needs to be, I don't know if inviting is the right word, but it should not be an intimidating structure. In terms of a relationship to other facilities, the city hall, the library is going to change. Now the city hall will change at some point because it needs work. However we manage to do that, it might be in 10 years, but it is going to change. So I'm not hung up. I think there are ways to make the buildings compatible, but I think you need to work the building, the police department. That would be my success, is that you meet the needs of the police department with, again, solutions that are multifunctional, not single solutions. I think that would be good. Energy conservation, we've talked about. I do think that this building is more sensitive to the community because of where it's going to be located. That corner there, whether it's up front or back, the people are there are used to the police department and the activity and noise associated with it. But we don't want to take advantage of that either. We want to be sensitive to the fact that there are residences there. But the residences over by the church are owned by the church, just in case you didn't know that. Let's see. And so I'm not sure, Susan, you were asking about waiving the planning fees. This one is tougher for me to say that we want to waive the planning fees in the process. I'm not totally convinced that we should be missing the planning process on this one. I would appreciate a little more discussion on that one. And we haven't talked about the budget and we haven't talked about CEQA yet. And I assume we'll talk about both of those for both projects coming up. Otherwise, I would comment now.
You're done?
Other than the two comments that I mentioned to you.
Okay. I didn't suggest.
One last thought, which is sort of related to the budget. The FF&E for the police station has been a bugaboo for me. I think, I don't know whether it's 2 million or 3 million. I don't know where the money's coming from, but more importantly than that is you're going to need to know how to fit up the building. And you're going to need to know that as you design the building. You're going to need to know what kind of equipment needs to go in the building. So I don't think that should be a leftover thought. And I think the council and the planning and the team need to be more aggressive at understanding what the FF&E schedule and needs are.
You're good now? So I didn't, probably not, come on. I did not suggest waiving the planning process. It was the fees and how we were charging, and my comment was If it's staff time, don't charge it to the project. If we hire someone to plan check construction drawings, then that goes towards the project.
Okay, so I only followed you on part of that. I understand what you said about the building department and the permit. That was clear. I understood for the library that we were saying, because of what Bill said, that it did not need to go through the planning process and we weren't going to do it. This, I'm not convinced that we shouldn't have some type of planning process. I'm open to discussion on this. Cost being deferred is fine, but the process, I don't know if we automatically want to preclude that.
I don't know that we want to automatically preclude it, but I would like to get a little farther into the process before we say one way or the other. So let me go to my comments and then we can talk about the EIR or environmental review. Welcome, you guys. This is so exciting. I'm sorry, I can't contain myself today. All right, Gary, where's your little happy faces? Okay, he's happy face, thumbs up over there. Okay, so this building is going to set the theme for Campbell's future. This is going to be the largest project of a new building that we are going to have and probably will have for quite some time. This building is not just to last 30 years. This building is going to last to 50 to 70 years. The current building we're in right now is from 1970. So this needs to last a long time. Regarding site planning, what it will be the relationship to the building entrance with the building entrance to City Hall. What's the public face of this building? We do have quite a lot of public coming in and out. We do not want this intimidating. We want kind of a warm, friendly feeling when you come to go to the police station. And how does that relate to the City Hall entrance and that ramp? I will make note, if you haven't already, there is 2 drains that are down at the bottom of the doors by police and finance that they have to sandbag the doors sometimes in the winter because those drains can back up. So let's see, what leaves the site? We're obviously going to have something like whether it's the maintenance trucks that leave the site or something else, what goes away from the complex. I think that employee parking should be over on the other corner. I don't see a need to have the City Hall employee parking, keep it in the lot that's there right now. I'm thinking that maybe the building might have to take up part of that parking lot. There's obviously trees there. I saw that the arborist did tag them and there's been review. I don't know how you can keep them all and fit a building in there. So I do see that some trees may need to be reviewed, but there's no redwood trees. I want to see green features. When I talked to Joe Cephalo one time, he said, let's have a green roof. Let's have a respite for our officers during their break that they can go out and sit on the roof in the green area and get some fresh air and relax and have a place to rest. Plus, it helps show us that we're looking towards the future and what greening of our city means. I feel sorry for dispatch that are always in the dark in there. I don't know if it helps, but to give them some place to have some sunlight. I don't know if Liz mentioned this, but when the Ainsley House was moved in, it closed the street and all the utilities basically go around the Ainsley House. So this goes to what you're going to do with the library. They're probably going to need some new supply lines that are most likely going to come off of Central or Harrison, but also what supply lines are going to come to the police, because right now everything's in the middle of the green. The protecting the Ainsley House is extremely important. I don't know if we tent this building off during construction to keep dust out, but protecting it is critical. I do think that in evaluating the site planning, the Ainsley House currently hosts weddings and they're extremely limited on the size of events because of the lack of restrooms. I was thinking there might be a potential where if maybe the Ainsley House got a little more courtyard, they could take advantage of the restroom facilities that are currently in where the police is located, because then we could expand the Ainsley House operation. And that may be more at just a master planning level and maybe not an implementation level, but to take into consideration what the functions of the Ainsley House and the weddings. Don't forget about our dog, Lucas. We need a little dog run somewhere. Little patch of grass maybe. Let's see here. I think that's most of my comments. So how it looks from the street, how it relates to the street. The church is across the street, so and you don't have direct residential houses there, but you do have on, I forget what the back street name is. What? Grant? Grant. But also to what's the streetscape environment that's going to be around this building then? Are we going to have parkway, landscape strip, landscaping, green belt, whatever? And also make accommodations for bicycle parking and things that may relate as much to City Hall as they do anything else. And since you're looking at site planning, I think you heard my comment earlier about the driveway off of Harrison. The first driveway there is extremely challenging. I think you have the information that the signal intersection on Civic Center Drive in Harrison needs to be realigned. There's some pedestrian circulation issues there with that pork chop island. And at some point, I think it's in our pedestrian or our bicycle study that shows that whole reconfiguration of that intersection. And then as it relates to the library and how it faces to those houses all along that whole side there. And then it goes to what happens with that the gravel parking lot and what moves in there. We good? Got enough? Got more than enough? Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. Ujay, we're good on that part so far?
Jeremy, did you have anything else that you want to hear, or anything from LPA?
Yeah, no, that's great feedback. Thank
Okay,
you.
I see Liz raising her hand.
So are we going to talk about the schedule and the budget separately now?
Yeah, so we're done with our design input. That was what I was trying to get through first.
Okay.
So now the question goes back to, let's start with the environmental process. There was a question of when do we go out to RFP? And my understanding is that there may be a need to do the environmental part during the spring when we have potential nesting seasons or whatever. So I would like to see us get out to an RFP as quickly as we can, but I don't know how getting an RFP out without having a drawing works, but I would support getting out as soon as we could to get firms lined up. And then the fees and the schedule.
Yeah. So I think staff has heard council's guideline and guidance and feedback on the fees. So I'll focus on the question number 4 here for professional environmental services. For that, I'll have to go to the next slide. Here. Not sure why my computer is not, oh, how do I go back? Sorry. Sorry about that, having little technical difficulties here.
I'm convinced technology knows when you're on a deadline.
Okay, what's going on? Okay, let me just try sharing once again. Apologize. So for the environmental services, as mentioned, staff is seeking council's guidance on how to move forward with the environmental services needed for the Measure O program. Staff anticipates needing an initial study and mitigated negative declaration for the Measure O program at minimum. Technical studies related to air and water quality, noise, climate change, and biological and cultural resources and traffic would need to be looked at for the initial study to support the mitigated negative declaration. As mentioned at the previous May 19th meeting, the CEQA guidelines allow public projects to consider environmental issues in the early stages of design. Due to the valuable guidance and design criteria direction provided council, the scope of the projects are fairly well narrowed down, which will be sufficient to solicit proposals from the environmental firms with the information now. The onboarded environmental firm would start work during the schematic design phase and even as early as concept designs. Due to the public process involved, the M&D portion can take anywhere from 6 to 12 months to finalize, or it may even take longer. Furthermore, the environmental determination or declaration should be finalized before proceeding with construction or bridging documents, which staff anticipates will start in summer of 2021, summer of next year. With that schedule, staff needs to start soliciting proposals from environmental consultants by next month, August 2020. If the issuance of the RFP is further delayed, that will have impacts to the project schedule, and staff will need to make adjustment to the schedule currently presented. If acceptable to council, staff can return on August 18th to seek approval on the issuance of the RFP or otherwise directed by council. Staff would like to receive council's guidance on the matter.
Okay.
I'll stop
Can
sharing.
you take this? Yeah, thank you. I can see everybody. So what you're asking is, do we approve going out in August for the environmental RFP?
Or if you have other feedback or guidance on how we need to move forward. So as mentioned, it's very critical to the schedule that we follow the schedule. So if we miss the August timing for RFP deadline, so it takes about 3 months to get a consultant on board at least. And so with that process, we may have to make some adjustment if we cannot issue the RFP soon.
I see Brian raising his hand.
I just wanted to make sure, Madam Mayor and members of the council, it's clear that we would be coming back to you in August for formal authority to issue the RFP for environmental services. So we need a formal action tonight on that. But if there's concerns with that strategy, we'd like to hear that from the council tonight if there is any other concerns. If not, we'll bring those back to you on August 18th.
I say do it as quickly as we can and get it started so that we don't miss any other deadlines. Liz?
I think we need a little discussion, if I may, Madam Mayor, before we kind of give direction. Ujay and the team, can you give me some perspective on our original concern was the volume, and we were trying to understand what the scope was that would dictate such a large fee. And the comment was made, well, what of the library would dictate an EIR or CEQA negative deck? And then what in the police building would require a negative deck? What is it that makes you think the scope is this significant in the overall picture of things?
So if I may respond, so for the CEQA process, we have to consider the library and the police project together. Actually, we have to look at the overall.
Why? That does not make sense to me. So help me.
Actually, it would make a lot of sense to look at it separately because as you're inquiring for the library, there'll be minimum studies needed for the library, very minimum impacts. But CEQA does not allow piecemealing projects within a program that could have impacts to the overall site, especially if we have the library and the police project going into construction at the same time. We have to look at the construction impacts and the noise impacts and other things as a whole. And that was actually, it was consulted with the planning department, and that was also the direct.
I mean, they're two totally different projects. It's no, I mean, I'm debating this with you, but I think you're being super conservative in a way that's not helpful to the project. I appreciate why you're going there, but I really don't get it. And what's so significant? What do you think is going to require a mitigated negative deck?
Well, wait a second. Hang on a second before Ujay. These projects together with the site planning and the aspect of the site, I would think we would save money that if we did this together as one environmental review. And this is not a full-blown EIR. This is going to be an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration. And from that perspective, it seems like it's more cost-effective and time-effective to do it as combined as one project.
Well, the reason I'm questioning it because, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't have any money to do anything to the site other than what is immediately required for the buildings and the function. We don't have any money for the portion of the site. We can have a master plan, but we don't have any money to do anything in the dirt lot over at Grant and Harrison, for example.
But the EIR addresses the master plan, not phasing in construction. You have, I think they're good for 10 years. So we're from a master plan study level, you can get an ISMSND, mitigated negative deck complete for the whole site, right, Ujay?
It is for the site, it is for the program, and maybe the city attorney could chime in a little bit. And we did.
Hold on. I mean,
the reason, Rich, the floor.
No. You've talked. You've talked a lot. You have to stop and let others talk.
Okay, you guys stop.
I'm trying to understand why they need to do
It's
this.
11 at night, and you have.
Time out, you guys. Stop
sorry.
talking over each other. Okay, time out. We're trying to have a civil conversation here. You, Liz, I understand your concerns. Let Rich make a comment, but we're not getting in an argument, okay?
Don't let him interrupt me again, please.
Why not?
Okay,
How long have you interrupted me? It's been 30 minutes you've been talking, interrupting. You're talking.
Sorry, please, Rich, move on. What is it that you want to state?
Nothing, I'm done, bye.
Okay,
You're talking about a subject that should not be in front of the city council right now. It's not a policy discussion. You're talking.
Yes, it is. The EIR
mitigated declarations and EIRs. I know it makes you happy, Liz, and I know you could talk about it all night, but it's not an appropriate discussion. Let the professionals deal with it.
Okay.
They are asking.
This project will never be
people on the
done.
council, and every one of us contributes to the discussion differently. This is my important conversation.
You're doing it as an
You
argument.
guys, please
I'm not.
stop. Andrea, if you need to, mute them. Stop, you guys.
All right.
They asked us what we want to do with the environmental process. We are answering that question of what do we want to start now? Do we want to go out? Do we want it one? They asked. So I would like Bill to address the question of combining it as one. And my guess is this is not an EIR. This is an initial study and a mitigated negative deck. Bill.
Yes, you know, my office looked at the issues of whether we can separate these two projects for purposes of CEQA review. There is a very strong presumption in CEQA against splitting projects, even at the programmatic level. So there would be a significant risk of litigation should someone choose to move in that direction if we split the projects for purposes of CEQA.
Okay. Does that address your question, Liz?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
It doesn't address my question of why staff thinks it's such a big deal, but so be it.
What do you mean why it's a big deal?
Never mind.
Well, I want to make sure we get our questions answered. Is Todd?
My original question is, why do we think that this is such a significant effort that the scope of work, which we don't really have defined, is going to cost $150,000?
I don't.
The RF, I think we mentioned that it would not exceed $150,000, that we would issue the RFP, select the consultant and negotiate a contract for to not exceed $150,000. I think it was just a number that we wanted to make sure that we do not go over.
Yeah, and I think the comment we made last time is if you make it 150,000, it'll become 150,000. It's just a tough thing to do, to put a project RFP out without a scope.
Todd, were you raising your hand?
Yes, I was. And, you know, I was going to say some things that have already been mentioned, but you know, I guess looking at the project relatively, you know, from my simple perspective, is that bringing in a structure as large and as significant as what the new police building would likely be, could have changes to the circulation, could have changes to the view sheds, could have changes to the aesthetics of the adjacent neighborhood. And I don't see how you don't do an environmental review of a building of that magnitude. I don't disagree that if we were doing the library as a project all by itself, that may not warrant it, because essentially that's like a large rehabilitation project. I think the fact of the matter, though, is that because we're doing them virtually simultaneously, you can't look at one without looking at the impacts of the other, particularly when we have comments from council that speak to traffic circulation and driveway ingress and egress. And I think when you consider issues such as those, you need to look at the site in its totality with all of the proposed changes that may come this way. So I think doing this review as early in the process as possible is going to help us, maybe help us shape the scope to some extent to help avoid what could be some pitfalls down the line. I do agree with the vice mayor that we've got to be very judicious with our finances, and there probably is a concern out there that once you tell a consultant that your budget's 150,000, it's really hard to back off from that. So I think we are going to have to be very careful with our messaging, but we're pretty confident that this is a process that we need to take on, and we don't necessarily have to resolve whether it's right or wrong tonight. What we were really looking for to see if there is enough consensus that council is comfortable that we bring essentially the same information that you saw back in May back to you in August, and we'll probably have the same discussion, perhaps not, but a very similar discussion that night as well. And that's when you would be taking the formal action on it. So what we're really trying to get to is there a comfort level informally, seeing two or three hopefully three heads nod that this makes sense is enough that we would bring back the issue and then have probably a little more detailed discussion. That's where we're headed.
That is a helpful explanation. Thank you very much.
So I support bringing it back in August and moving forward as quickly as we can. I don't want this to be a holdup or an obstacle. I did forget to say something earlier. I have all the faith in our police staff and our police chief to design this building. My comments were focused on the site planning and the relationship. I wasn't commenting on inside functions other than having a green roof or some lights. So I forgot to say that part. All right. So do you have what you need regarding the environmental conversation? OJ shaking his head yes. Okay, is there another question? We're going on almost 11 o'clock right now and we have 2 more items to discuss.
Yeah,
Is there anything you need from us tonight?
actually, that kind of wraps it up, actually. And I wanted to just open it up to see if council had more questions for staff and the design team.
I would say that I don't know that we have more questions, Liz.
I have had more discussions and questions with the city manager, and I will follow up with.
Okay, great. There's no more questions. That concludes the item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Does anybody need a break? No, let's get this over with then. So the next item is number 17, proposed modifications to the community center building use policy. And we have a short presentation by Natasha.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. I will make this quick as it is pretty late. So staff has brought to you this evening proposed modifications to the building use policy at the community center. Some of the modifications are pretty basic and are in line with the renovations we've done on site to provide adequate information to our customers about uses within our spaces for classroom seating or theater style seating. In addition, just some updated information and some timeframes that were adjusted. There was a comment that was made that we tried to streamline who the appropriate person is to make final decisions in this policy, and it was noted that there was an inconsistency, and we will be making those changes in the final version to reflect that the Recreation and Community Services Director will make those final changes. One of the major changes in this policy is a change to the structure of how we create our fees. And it's been very confusing for our clients who come in trying to identify where they fall in this, and then also trying to make modifications or find a group to support them so that they have a lower rate. Our goal in making these modifications is to streamline that and reduce staff time in answering questions and make it easier for the general public to understand how to rent our facility and what the costs are associated with that. That fee structure was approved in the fee schedule that was earlier this evening. And this was in line with also transitioning our software system later in the year, so that as we're doing that, it kind of aligns with the configuration on the back end to be more streamlined and not start off confusing and make changes. Prior to the pandemic that we were facing, there was also some the base rent was going to be more of a midline. And in light of everything that's going on, we have decided to kind of keep everything stable, and we'll be bringing it back next year, depending on the economy and how things go with our rental clients. It pretty much concludes what I have. I'm happy to answer any questions from council in regards to the changes proposed.
Okay, do I don't see Rich. Do I have any questions? Paul's shaking his head no. Anne, do you have questions? No. Liz, questions? No. Rich, I don't see Rich here. Does Rich have questions? I don't see him here. Okay. Andrea, do we have anybody that wishes to speak from the public?
We do not.
Okay. So I'll bring it back to council. Is there someone who wants to make a motion on this item?
So I'll make a motion that the city council adopt a resolution to approve the attached modifications to the community centers building use policy, making it effective July 8th, 2020 in coordination with the effective fee schedule and including the minor updates that Ms. Bissell referred to as corrections that were needed.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Waterman. Councilmember Bybee.
Yes.
Councilmember Resnikoff.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gibbons.
Yes.
Mayor Landry.
Yes, that motion passes. Thank you, Natasha. Appreciate your presentation. We're going to move on to number 18 now, which is the proposed modifications to the park, field, and athletic facility use policy. Do you have a presentation or
Just very quickly with this one too, we brought to Parks and Recreation Commission and reviewed it. We've met with our user groups and it seems to be working. The modifications to the timelines was all based on their needs and aligning with their schedule. So that was what we had done. This also has the structural changes for a fee structure that isn't really used often. And again, this was one that I think when we took it to Parks and Rec Commission, there was a proposed CPI increase, but in light of everything that has happened, those have been tabled as you approved with the fee schedule earlier. And that's it.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for her? No, I have a couple of short little comments. I mentioned these to Brian earlier. The signs say clean up after your dogs, but the policy, all it says is put your dogs on leash. I would think we would want to have something in the actual policy. And then the policy doesn't say anything about no drugs, where the signs at the parks talk about no drug use. Those are my only two comments.
And I think the policy is in line with permitting those spaces, but the municipal code would supersede anything outside of the policy as well. So those rules are still into effect, but we can definitely add those to our permitting process when we're doing the permits. We have an additional section that they have to sign off on understanding the rules and regulations at the parks.
But the average user that goes to the park, if they're allowed their dog on leash, I just thought in the policy it should say about cleaning up after them.
Yeah, and those again are more with the municipal code, and we can work with Public Works for signage for that. The policy is more for permitted space, not your general public user going to the park.
I forgot that little part about permitted. Thank you. Do we have any comments, or I'll take a motion?
Public comment?
Is there any public comment, Andrea?
There is not.
Okay, thank you.
I would make a motion that City Council adopt a resolution to approve the proposed modifications to the park, field, and athletic facilities use policy to be effective July 8th, 2020, in coordination with the fiscal year 2021 fee schedule.
I'll second.
Councilmember Waterman. Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilmember Resnikoff.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gibbons.
Aye.
Mayor Landry.
Aye, that motion passes. At this point, do we want to do committee reports, or we're here after 11 o'clock? Can we move that to the next meeting? Yes, I'm seeing head shake. Okay.
That's fine, but I would like to ask that we close our meeting with thoughts of all those who have died in violence this week and those who have died of COVID this week. It's been a sad week.
Okay, on that note, we will close our meeting. Thank you, everybody, and we'll get back together in 2 weeks. Bye.